Carl, give me a thumbs up if you can hear us out there in Zoom land. Gotcha. So I trust everyone else can hear us. Good morning, everyone. Looks like I left my pen in my office. I'm sorry.
Lucky pen.
He's my lucky pen. Yes.
Whitewater Township meeting, February.
I hired all fire chiefs with. Sorry for the delay. Heidi, are you ready?
Yes.
Della?
Yes.
Lois? Sure.
Yep.
All right. We will call this meeting to order at 9:02. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
If you will help me with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Zach, here. Goss, here. Pop.
Here.
Bowman.
Here.
Any changes to the agenda? Any conflicts of interest? And so we have public comment. Let's start here in the hall. Good morning. Is there anyone here in the Township Hall that would like to make a public comment this morning? Hearing none. We will go out to Zoom land. And I see Linda Slopesma, you have your hand up. Good morning. Do you have any public comment this morning?
Yes, I do. Good morning.
Barely.
We can barely hear you, Linda.
Okay, hang on. Let me move things around a little bit. Is that any better?
Yep.
It's still too faint. Okay, so I have some comments regarding new business number 6 on your agenda, which the topic is accepting applications for marijuana businesses starting tomorrow, the 9th of February. I think we can all agree that many, if not most, of the residents are very concerned and want to vote prior to proceeding further on marijuana. And we know from last month's meeting that that marijuana vote will not take place until early August. Back in October of 2021, the board voted for a marijuana subcommittee to be formed to develop processes, procedures, and checklists to make sure that we were adequately covered as we discussed with people wanting to apply for a marijuana permit. It was only in the past couple days that the first meeting of this subcommittee was finally put on the township calendar for February 21st, which is after the acceptance date of permits that has currently been agreed to. So proceeding now in the absence of the subcommittee completing their work, it exposes the township to many risks, some of which are financial, property right risks, health and welfare of the community. The township has already spent over $85,000 on marijuana related work. This will escalate quickly if you start accepting permits without all the confirmation from the electors. And it seems to me that this is a gross misuse of public funds. Therefore, any board member voting to proceed at this point without these things being completed, the vote of the people and the completion of the various checklists in order to guard the safety of the community. Anybody voting to proceed at this point should provide their reasoning and justification for their position to the public. I think we all deserve this. I personally see no legitimate reason to rush into this. I've said before on this marijuana issue, why is this such an emergency to push it through quickly? Thank you.
Thank you. And Carl, it looks like you're the next one. Any public comment this morning?
No.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Reban. Any public comment this morning?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I would certainly agree with what Linda Slopsma just mentioned in terms of the process and the investigation of the application permits that have been talked about in recent months. We have had problems in the past with getting out in front of doing proper due diligence with this whole marijuana program as it's proposed today. And I just think it would be a big mistake to continue on the current schedule that has been defined, especially when committees have never met to do proper due diligence on applications. So I would agree that if anybody thinks that that's the right idea to continue with the same dates, I would certainly like to hear more of why they think that would be in the township's advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Brian. Any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Supervisor, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I wasn't going to make a comment today, but Linda Slopsman's comment was very succinct and well put. And it does raise some interesting questions. I'm an Acme resident, so I don't have a dog in this race, but you know, I just look at what's going on with marijuana in your township and hope we don't end up in that situation with lawsuits. And I do scratch my head when I hear these things of really accepting permits before your subcommittee has met and while your citizens are apparently overwhelmingly in favor of a vote. I just really scratch my head. It seems like a recipe for more lawyer fees and litigation. And it's not a health, safety, and welfare situation where the board is compelled to act and move quickly for health, safety, and welfare, even if the community doesn't agree. You know, there are certainly situations like that where you have to take those hard votes and actions. Yeah, it's a curious thing. I would love to hear if your township does move ahead with permits, putting the cart before the horse here. It seems I'd love to hear the rationale for it, and I just will listen with intent. Thank you.
And good morning, Jason. Any public comment this morning?
Nothing on the agenda, just looking forward to seeing you for the cost sharing meeting that's coming up at the beginning of the next month there.
Excellent. Would you like to make a, oh, you're not even on the agenda anymore. Yep.
No.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jason. I don't see anyone else there. And so we've had 2 new people show up here at the Township Hall. Would anyone like to make a public comment? Okay, we will move into public hearing, which we have none. And so now we will then go into reports and presentation. Doesn't look like we have a county commissioner here this morning.
Mr. Nelson did advise that he was unable to attend this meeting, but if anybody has questions, they're free to contact him.
Okay. And so that gets us right to the fire department report. Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning. So as you can see, January was kind of a busy month. You know, the holidays are over. All the meetings are firing back up. People are anxiously to get started on the new year. And that includes our call volume too.
A couple of notes. We did receive the chief's vehicle yesterday. It was dropped off by Gorno Ford. A couple of hardy individuals took the drive from downriver Detroit area. Drove it all the way up here. But other than that, we are gonna start working on that, switching everything over. It might take a little while because of our busy schedules. And he's also gonna, the salesperson at Gorno Ford's also gonna start looking into cabin chassis, because I've kind of gotten nowhere with the Dodge people on the state contract. Supervisor Pop and I were notified just a few days ago, actually, that we did receive a township participating plan grant. And that was like almost $3,600. And we wrote that grant for four dash cams for the fire apparatus. Our first due fire apparatus, tanker, engine, air truck, and probably the chief's vehicle. So I'll be working on that, and that's a full price. That's what the cameras cost, and that's what the township participating plan is reimbursing us for.
It was also rear view cameras too, right?
Yeah, it was all kind of one unit. So that was kind of exciting news early this month. One notable thing on my report, which is kind of bad news on the SCBA Air Pack grant front. AFG rules do not allow us to sell our old air packs. And I know I told the board that we would be able to sell our old air packs and kind of make up some of the money that we had to spend on them. But their rules don't allow that. In fact, they can't re-enter the fire service once we take them out of service. So I'll be looking for a good cause to donate them to. Perhaps maybe a high school program or a regional training center. But I still think it was a great opportunity to be involved in that grant. Because, you know, we did get close to $90,000 worth of equipment for $8,400. And then because we did buy the bulk pricing, we were able to get some of that, the extra accessories for $1,900. Which brings our other equipment up to date. So I think all in all, it worked out well. It's unfortunate that we can't sell our old air packs. And, you know, after I think about it, it makes sense, you know, if I sold them to, say, Elk Rapids and they wrote a grant next year to replace them, then the federal government, in a sense, would be buying the same air packs twice. So I guess at the end of the day, it makes sense. But, you know, there's all these rules that kept popping up with the AFG grant that I was not aware of. So other than that, just busy training and starting off our new year. That's all I have.
Any questions for Chief?
I don't have, thank you.
I don't see Kim for the Planning Commission report. Carl, do you have anything as a Planning Commission report?
We did finish up the wording on the marijuana ordinance at the last meeting. And we're working on updating some setback ordinances. We haven't completed that yet.
So you say you finished up the marijuana ordinance?
I believe so.
Okay.
And and we're beginning to have some meetings exclusively for the master plan. First and second, 16th. We're gonna just work internally on master plan and some of these meetings so we can get that going.
And I think you said something about master plan. Your microphone, as you move forward and backward, is not picking you up very well, but you're working on the master plan. Is that the idea?
We're gonna have meetings exclusively, working on the master plan so we can get that thing going.
Got it. All right, thank you. Cheryl, Park and Recs?
Well, I put pretty much everything in my clerk's report this month about what happened at the last Parks and Rec Committee meeting. They had to reschedule their January meeting to finish up the rec plan. And they did do that, and that plan has been submitted to the GNR before the February 1st deadline. And their next meeting is February 14th.
That brings us to consent calendar. I would like to remove 3 items if possible. It'd be the clerk's report, mobile medical response, and the Park and Recs approved minutes for discussion. Anyone else need anything removed? All right. Regarding questions, Cheryl, in the clerk's report, that an engineering drawing for the wood dugouts plan for High Prairie Park, and that you'd be submitting a revised building permit.
Mhm.
We did not approve, the board did not approve those plans yet. We approved plans from a different contractor.
Yeah, no,
complete-
we don't have those plans yet.
With completely different
Yeah.
construction materials.
Oh, understood. Yeah,
So
exactly. No, I'm seeking an engineered drawing. I just haven't gotten it done yet, but I'm going to be doing that yet this week. We need an engineered drawing. I've talked to the code office. They've indicated what we need, a new engineered drawing, because it is a completely different construction, as you say. And so,
Before we went through the expense of engineering drawing, shouldn't we get a board approval?
well, the board has already approved a dugout project over there. So once we get the engineered drawings and get our permit revised, I will bring it back, but we need to get that going.
No.
Yeah, yeah,
The board
we
has
will do
approved
that.
funding for
yeah.
a dugout project.
Yes, they
And
have.
we approved a contractor, a design,
I get it.
and
That'll
now
be brought
apparently
back
you're
in front
not
of the board.
using that design.
Yes, and that will be brought back in front of the board.
And so we should be reviewing it long before an engineering drawing gets made, because it may not be approved.
Well, I don't know why it wouldn't be approved.
It may not be approved.
I'm not sure why it wouldn't be approved. We need our dugouts by May 1st. So the community, we went last year with no dugouts. The
Only
rickety
because they
ones were
the other
demolished.
ones were demolished without board approval.
Well, they were not safe
Really?
too. Yeah.
Was
Well,
there
you know how
some
they're not safe. You could
delineation?
walk up to them and push on them and they would move.
Was there some
So-
delineation as to their safety?
I don't think that's not an issue. We are going to get all our ducks in a row, and then we'll be back to the board sometime in March to get the dugouts, the new dugout project approved, so the builder can get started on it in April, and they will be done by May 1st for the practice season.
I hope you're right, but I think you're wrong.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
I guess we will.
Sure. I don't know why the board approved up to $18,000 for the steel structure, and this is going to be less cost. So I'm not sure why the board wouldn't approve a project that's going to cost less than the one they already approved. That
For the
doesn't make
same
sense.
reason, Prac didn't approve this design in the first place. They chose the other design for its certain attributes. And that's what the board agreed
Prac,
with.
what do you mean? Prac approved the design?
Park and Recs advised us that they wanted a different design than this one the first time around.
But isn't
Yes.
it
And-
that they found out they couldn't get parts for the other one?
No,
They're
it
waiting-
just got too expensive.
Yeah.
The price tripled. So we don't want to do that. That's
But
throwing
we
money
had a
away.
bid. So
Well-
when people bid something and then all of a sudden they tell you it's a different price.
And you're slightly incorrect about that, because what happened is we had a drawing. We had an engineered drawing. Then we found out that the cost was going to triple. Then we asked Perfect Fence if they could do a wood roof, keep the steel on the sides, but do a wood roof. And so what Perfect Fence was supposed to provide was a new drawing with a wood roof. They never provided that. They never provided that drawing. And so we could not get an engineered drawing with a wood roof. And they didn't give us ever a new price. So Perfect Fence is out of it. They are not interested in this job. And so we moved on. We went to, in fact, it was Linda Slopesom's idea that we give up the steel structure and
We
move to
didn't have an
Lynn's.
agreement with them once they put their bid forward.
No. No, we never had an agreement with them because they changed their price. Their price went from 9,000 something to 29,000 something. And so we never hired them to do the $29,000 price. In fact, we told them that's ridiculous. We are not going to pay that. And I wasn't even going to bring that to the board. That's ridiculous. And the committee thought it was ridiculous too, that we had 18,000 approved for everything. That's including the concrete, everything. And yet the permit cost, everything. And then for Perfect Fence to come back and say, it's going to be 29,000. Yeah, we said, no thanks.
Well, I think the board should be involved in items like that.
Well, we do ask the Parks and Rec Committee to make recommendations to the board of park projects and things like that. And that's what they're doing. They're doing their job.
Yep.
And that's what they've recommended.
And we should, at the board level, make an approval of the design before you get engineering drawings. If you choose to move on yourself, then you choose to move on yourself.
Well, the board didn't approve the other design.
And look at the problem we had.
What was the problem we had?
You just described it.
No, but the design didn't have anything to do with
The price variance.
we have to get an engineered drawing for the code office. That is a requirement.
I understand.
And
that.
so I can approve a purchase order to get an engineered drawing so that we are ready to go with that. And that can be brought to the board. And that will be brought to the board.
So we didn't have engineering drawings then when we got the original bid from Perfect Fence.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Yes, we did have engineered drawings. They were uploaded to the construction code office. We had our permit. And our permit's going to be revised with this different structure. I've already talked to Greg Snyder at Construction Code and asked him, do we have to apply for a new permit or can we revise our old permit and not have to pay again? And he sent me an email of what we have to do to revise our permit. And that's the path we're taking, to get that permit revised so we don't lose what we've paid on that permit. The construction code's been very accommodating.
Sure. The board should approve those prints.
When I bring it to the board for approval
Just
of the
saying.
entire project, you will have that. You will have the engineered drawing.
And then on packet page 11, mobile medical response. Something that I've started tracking, and we only have a couple of months worth of data for, but our response times, 38% of our responses are more than 10 minutes. Acme has a 63% refuse or cancel rate.
I saw that. That's amazing. But they don't, MMR doesn't have any control over that.
No, I understand.
Right.
But what that does is keeps the rig busy. So if the rig gets dispatched, I assume refused, chief, means that they refuse to be transported. Is that right? So likely the ambulance showed up and talked to, Gertrude or whatever, and she said no. Canceled, though, could be canceled before they arrived to scene, right? At any rate, I thought 63% refuse or cancel rate was a big number. Now that we share an ambulance, every call becomes important.
Well, I don't know what we can do about that. And also, I look at our response time percentage every month. Their contractual response time is that they respond to at least 80% of the calls within 12 minutes and 59 seconds. They are over that 80% for this month in our township.
Understood. And then as far as Park and Rec, back at page 28. Park and Recs Committee is talking about playground equipment at Whitewater Township Park. And they're talking about a slide. If we get slides from a company, for example, Burke, they would let us know dimensions and distances needed.
It said, would they let us know?
Okay. And so this is very important because we've already installed the playground equipment once, both at High Prairie and at Whitewater Township Park. Correct me if I'm wrong. Both of those installations got turned down with a state inspection. Is that correct?
Well, we didn't get a state inspection, but we did have a certified playground inspector inspect all 3 playgrounds, the beach playground at Whitewater Township Park, the campground playground at Whitewater Township Park, and the High Prairie Park playground. And there were issues with all of those playgrounds. And there's issues with most playgrounds. But certainly if we get a slide, which we don't know that we're going to yet, but if we get a slide, it will have to be installed with the correct clearances between that and other obstacles or equipment.
And my point is that this past fall, you currently started on building out the playground area.
Yeah.
So it's a finite area.
Yeah.
If you don't have your slide planned, you're not going to have a slide unless the playground area is large enough to accommodate one.
Well,
And that's how we got into trouble the first time.
and that's why the playground area is being expanded.
And that's why
so
we
it
need
can
to have
handle-
a print
Well, we
of the
will,
equipment,
we will,
but you've already started spending money on it.
but
That's the point.
no,
It's like the dugouts.
no, we haven't, the swings aren't being moved, okay? They don't need to be moved. The merry-go-round has been moved. The monkey bars were
It's
taken
been
out.
removed.
Yeah, it's been
Right.
moved, removed.
been
Yes, and
removed.
and part of the bid is that goes back in. Okay, so all those distances will be calculated and we will
But
make
shouldn't they
sure.
be calculated before we make the playground area?
Well, the Park and Rec Committee has not had time to do a comprehensive plan and drawing of the playground because they've been busting their butts on the recreation plan. And that had to be done by February 1st. And I applaud them for all of the work that they did on the recreation plan, even having an extra meeting, rescheduling their regular meeting in January to make sure we got that done in time so that we will be eligible for grants this year, if any are considered. So the Parks and Rec Committee only meets once a month and they can only do so much at a meeting, and they will be involved in laying out the playground.
Has construction started on the playground already, Cheryl?
Yes, but we
Okay.
haven't put, yes, it has,
Mhm.
because that was approved by the board last May.
But
Okay,
we didn't have a plan and we just approved funds. We didn't approve a plan set because there's still no plan set,
and there,
right?
and why does there need to be a plan set?
Because we've already installed the equipment once and now we've had to take it out because there was no plan set and we didn't have clearances.
We'll
between
have
the
a plan.
playground.
We'll have a plan. We'll have a plan. So rest assured, we will have a plan.
Good.
And that's the Parks and Rec Committee's job to come up with that plan. So they will have a plan. It's not rocket science.
But we didn't get it right the first time.
Well, we didn't understand. We had a lot of volunteer labor, myself included. And we did not understand that we had these specific clearances that we had to adhere to. And so the committee, the people that were out there busted their butts for the better part of a day to get that equipment in. And so a mistake was made. People make mistakes all the time.
Got it.
The mistake will be rectified.
And
Here's what I see. We're picking on something. These people volunteered to spend a lot of time out there because the township didn't want to spend a lot of money on it. If we wanted a drawing of a plan at the time we, back then, approved the money, we should have requested that drawing back then, but we did not as a group. So to go back and point fingers and say, you didn't do this, well, you're part of the you didn't do.
And I totally agree.
Okay,
That's why I'm
but
saying on the
that's not- You
redo.
need to understand.
No,
but
you
that's
need to
not how
understand
it's
on the
coming
redo,
across.
on the
No, I got
redo,
it. I got
we
it.
need to have
But
this stuff
I
nailed down
believe-
before
I'm
we
sorry,
spend
Ron,
money.
both of us can't talk at the same time here. I'm saying you were part of the problem, but you're pointing fingers and acting like it's the Park and Rec's fault and specifically Cheryl Goss's fault. And that's not fair. There was a lot of volunteer labor that went into that. And no, they were not experts. They did not know. It was a learning experience. The mistake will never be made again, at least not by that group. I mean, if we're gonna,
And it's currently being made. Because the playground construction is already underway.
well, the enlargement
Yep.
that is necessary
Yep.
to place them
Before you can
apart.
even, and we had to
If you
get,
don't know the equipment that you're gonna have, how do you know how big to make your enlargement?
and I would say, and I would tell you that how do you know how much room you're gonna have until you get it expanded? And I've already taken some measurements out there, as you know, so that we can cipher where things can go. We need to know what the space is. First, we need to know what the space is before we can lay things out on a plan. So that's the first step.
And that's why you create a site plan.
And once we have it all laid out and all smoothed out and everything,
Once
we
you have
can
all the fill
create.
in place and I see.
I think we're going down I think the Parks and Rec Committee and myself are headed down the right path. And we'll bring anything we need to the board and make sure that it's done right. That's all I can tell you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Can
And
you
then
put
the next-
ADA on the top of the list, Cheryl, so we won't have any other ADA issues with it?
Can you bring your microphone a little closer, Heidi?
You're
Well,
gonna
we
put
can't-
ADA on the
we
top of the
can't
list?
make the playground 100% ADA, and that's not
Just
the
in
goal.
regulation,
Okay,
so that we
well,
don't have the problem again.
but but we are not going, our goal is not to make the playground 100% ADA.
Just pass
Compatible.
inspection at this point, Cheryl. That's all I'm asking is to pass
Yeah.
inspection and do it one time.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not sure what your definition of ADA accessible is for the
Well,
playground.
we already flunked
There's,
once because of it.
You know, the
correct?
beach
No,
isn't
it was-
ADA accessible.
The
Distance
Okay, the
is a
beach isn't
part of the
ADA
equipment.
same
accessible.
thing.
No, it isn't the same thing.
Okay, well, we screwed it up somehow. Let's not do it again. But if we're using old equipment, is it gonna meet ADA for 2022?
There's no issue of the equipment. When we first got the equipment, and it was Ron's idea to buy this used equipment from East Bay. and
Okay,
excuse me, Heidi, I'm speaking. I haven't interrupted you. It was Ron's idea to buy this equipment. We bought it, we refurbished it, we had it powder coated and refurbished it. I was worried about the merry-go-round because it's the type of merry-go-round I played on as a kid. And I know how you can get hurt on those types of
Yep.
merry-go-rounds. I specifically contacted our insurance agent to make sure that if anything happened to anybody on the playground, and there have been some minor injuries out there,
Oh, but there have
mostly
been.
to children who have been, that parents have let them go over to the playground by themselves. That's 99.9% of it. And so anyways, the insurance agent, Paul Olson, put it in writing that anything that would happen out there, we are covered. So now that's from a risk standpoint.
I understand.
But
that,
ADA,
Cheryl.
we're not required to make the playground ADA accessible. We're not required to do that.
Okie dokie. So are you gonna have any handicap, anything in this park? Like a swing or?
That's
anything?
not in the current plan, no.
Mm.
No, it's not.
So maybe the plan would come to the board, so we had questions like that answered. So when Park and Recs comes up with the plan, can that come to the board?
Sure.
Fair enough, Heidi?
Yep.
Packet page 58, minutes from our January 11th, 2022 meeting. First of all, thank you for approving Mr. Keaton. It was my mistake that I put him on that agenda.
And you know, he didn't show up, so we probably shouldn't have approved him.
And that's
That's
my
right.
question here. You know, it's always been
Our policy.
board, it's unwritten policy.
Yeah.
But you've asked me to make sure that appointee recommendations are here in person. So I just want to make sure, how do I proceed in the future? Do I make sure new appointees are here for a personal interview? Or has the board's requirement changed a little bit?
It hasn't, and I'm not sure how we missed that, honestly. Because we could have put it off another month. You know, so that he could have been available.
Well, the board's requirements haven't changed. What was different about Mr. Keaton is that we had just interviewed him, okay, for the trustee vacancy. So I thought, why force him to be here in front of the board another time? It's almost, you know, like penalizing him or something
Sure.
like that.
Sure.
So no, only because he had recently been here
Yeah.
did we,
I don't see it that way, Cheryl. If we're gonna make this rule for every applicant, it needs to be every applicant.
oh,
Well,
I agree. I
I
agree.
also see Cheryl's point. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we did interview him, what, a week previous? Is
I
that,
don't know what the date was, but
um,
no, it was in December. It was in December sometime that we interviewed him. I forget what day it was. I think it was.
All right.
Yeah, because the 11th was our first meeting in January, so we didn't do it in January.
True. All right. So,
And the deadline to choose a trustee by the board expired in
right. yeah.
December.
So it was in
So,
December.
it was in
About
December.
a month before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know if it was on the second. I think we had a special meeting. We had 3 special meetings in December plus our regular meeting.
I know.
I believe it was
busy.
on the second.
Okay, so we just leave it the same as it was. All new recommendations appear before the board.
Yes.
Consensus?
Yep.
That's all I have.
I have one question. Cheryl, you said that I asked Mr. Chandler, excuse me, some questions. Are you sure you didn't ask him the questions? Because I don't remember asking anybody any questions.
I didn't ask Mr. Challenger any questions.
Says
You
he's
asked
present
him,
and answered a couple questions.
yes, you asked him something about if he was appointed, would he be re-upping? You know,
I don't think so. I'm
asking.
gonna have to look at the minutes. I
Yeah,
might need
please.
you to make
Well,
an adjustment
well,
on
you
that.
can look at the recording for sure and listen to that. But no, you definitely asked him a
He
question or
didn't come
two.
up to the podium, Heidi. You asked him
No,
and he
yeah.
stayed out in the
I'll
audience.
have to look because I don't really remember asking him anything.
Well, feel free to listen to the recording.
So are you, do you want to do that before you approve these minutes and then just bring them back in the next packet, Heidi?
No,
think-
the minutes, you've got one meeting to approve the minutes. That's it. So.
You know what? You
That's
can go-
something that
you know
should
what?
have been checked.
It doesn't matter at this point. I'll make sure and I'll report next month what exactly happened,
That'd be
whether
great.
it's approved or not.
You know, I sat through the meeting and then I also re-listened to the audio when I do the minutes. So I've been through the meeting twice. So I would not have put that in there. And I do remember you asking him a couple questions. It might have only been one. But I did not ask him any questions and neither did Della.
Because I don't think I'd use the word re-up, but
Well, no,
That's
that's
okay.
my word.
it is
That's
your
my
word.
word. I didn't put that in the minutes. You asked him if he was going to renew or something like that. I don't remember what.
All right, well,
what the verbiage was.
I'll get an answer to it and I'll report back.
And that's just about not being able to put minutes off for approval.
I
We've done
believe
that
the-
before.
I believe the little red book says that minutes have to be approved at the next meeting. I believe that's in there.
Yeah, but the red book's not statute.
Oh, yeah, it points to statute all over it. I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made, seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Balmuth,
I knew you were gonna do that. No,
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Unfinished business number 1, discuss award arborist quotes.
We do have the sealed bid from Partial that has not been opened.
So what I read here is that we've moved away from the RFQ and the hazardous tree inventory that the board agreed on last year. And we've had someone go out and voluntarily mark trees with ribbons, I understand. We have no idea what criteria was used. Originally, the RFQ required that this was a certified arborist to do the work. Again, we have, I don't know if Mr. Tress, who apparently put these ribbons on the tree, is a certified arborist or not. I'm just wondering who decided we weren't going to follow what the board wanted to do.
I don't know that anybody decided that. We had people come down here who wanted to go in and provide a quote for removal of trees. They did it voluntarily. I'm just passing the information along to the
Okay.
board.
So then the business in front of the board is actually the arborist bid still.
I would say that's the first order of business, yes.
Okay. And so we have now maybe a competitive bid for the arborist work from Parcel.
Well, Partial had been saying all along that they were going to submit a bid. They did not get their bid in on time. I don't remember what the deadline was, but I received this on January 20th.
At our last meeting, we decided we were gonna wait for the bid.
Yeah, that's right. We did.
So can we open it and see what they say?
And I think there were a couple other like Wade Logging, if I remember the minutes correctly, was going to supply something.
Mhm.
But I'm pretty sure he has access questions.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by access questions, I mean getting his equipment in and out. And I see Mr. Schaub here. I met with him last week sometime when he dropped his quote off. And that's the first I understood somebody had marked trees. We have no idea if it was according to our RFQ or not. So I say, let's open up Parcel's bid and see what it's for.
Okay, and this bid was dropped off by Matthew Harrow, Haro, and he's an ISA certified arborist and a TCIA certified tree safety professional, and he has his license numbers on here. And he works for Partial Tree Care Experts. Partial Tree Care Experts is excited to submit a request for bid to coordinate and oversee hazardous tree removal and pruning activities within the Lossy Road Nature Trail and the Battle Creek Natural Area for the Whitewater Township. Please find proposal and qualifications attached. And then they've got statement of qualifications, their pledge, a list of references, a information sheet on Matthew Harrow and their certificate of liability insurance. And they've obviously gone down the proposal and they've got, you know, A attached, B attached. So I don't have the proposal right in front of me. I know it's in the packet, but anyways, they've addressed the packet. C is no direct experience with the northern long-eared bat habitat, will research before project. We'd have to read this in conjunction with
Right.
the proposal, but anyways, to get down to what's, they have no conflicts of interest with Whitewater Township. Their proposal amount is $17,200. And they're not an Iran linked business. So, that's what their proposal says. Does anybody want to look at it and pass it around?
Well, I think we should all have copies, so just scan it after the meeting and we'll go from there. My one issue with Partial is, and how do you say it? Parcel or Partial?
Partial.
Partial?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the same company we used last time, is that correct?
Yep, Corey Partial.
Yeah. And so we had some issues with the trail that went down to the lake, right? Not really being well defined after the cleanup work. And so I know I took a walk down to the lake and could get there, but it was a very arduous process. It wasn't really a trail.
Okay, but was that Partial's problem or
No.
Adrian's problem?
It
You know,
wasn't either of their problems.
Right.
It was what was called out in the contract, that heavy equipment was not to go past a certain point. How are you going to clear a trail without heavy equipment?
Right.
They weren't able to clear it. They were basically instructed not to go
Right.
into that area, that last area. And I too have walked that a few summers ago. And you have to pick your way to the water, and it's wet. And it's gonna get torn up big time if, heavy equipment goes in there. So,
And so I think that took place during the removal process. Is that kind of your recollection?
what's
Not-
that?
Not the inventory process that we're currently discussing.
The contract that we signed for the tree removal specified specifically that heavy equipment could not be taken past a certain point.
Yeah.
It's right in the contract.
So
So
I-
they had to stop.
So I think we addressed this question during that process, is my point.
If we allow heavy equipment down there. and
Whether
then
or not-
plan for a rebuild of that area afterwards.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And quite honestly, I think, that they've done this before. Their company has done this before. It's cheaper than the only other bid from Washington State. And certainly they have, the copy of the contract and all that type of thing. And I say we just hire Partial because that's following the bid that we put out. That we wanted an arborist to go down there and mark the trees. So, and also remember, nothing against Mr. Schaub or his son or Josh Tress or any or Wade Logging or anything like that. But if we were to go ahead and do that, then we're going to have no accountability on whether the project has been done to the specifications. That's what Partial did the last time. They certified that the work was done, that the trees that were supposed to be taken out and every tree is marked and put on a list. And then at the end, we have their certification that the work was done as it was supposed to be done. And that's what kind of service this company can provide. So if you want to stick with our process, then to me, we know that the other company's bid was 20,000. And so this is 17.2. We don't know the person from Washington State. We do know these people. And, I say we approve their bid and get them sign the hazardous tree inventory agreement with them and get them going on that.
And
So we can
They help with
get this underway.
the bidding process for the actual tree removal, right?
Yes.
I believe they actually solicited the bids.
I don't remember who sent out the bid packages on that. We could go back and see. I don't remember how that was done, but
Clearly, Mr. Schaub and Mr. Truss could also bid on that.
Well,
That portion of it.
and that's what I was going to say, once we got to a certain point. Those
yes,
bids have not been, are not a waste of energy.
no,
That's just the second part of the plan.
right.
Now, they might want to go through and make sure that whatever trees they counted are or are not in the hazardous tree inventory.
Well,
And that
they'll-
might change their bid.
It might, because
Right.
they'll have to go out and look at the trees that Partial
Right.
marks.
Right.
Because Partial is doing it, I'm not saying that Josh Trust didn't mark the right trees.
Exactly.
But they might all be the same trees for all I know. But they need to be marked by the arborist if we're gonna do it that way, which I think is the way we did it before. It worked really well. The work got done. Okay, it's not gonna be done by May 1st or anything
Right.
like that, but that's just the way it is. So I don't know, we can't do anything about that. It's too bad we didn't have the Partial But we didn't get very many bids because these companies are extremely busy working for private residences and I don't know who else. But, a couple of them contacted me and said, we aren't even going to put in a bid because we are too busy. We can't do it in 2022. We
Right.
can't get to it in 2022. So why even put in a bid? Why even go to the effort? So I think we're lucky to get the two bids that we got, and I think we should pick one of them.
Is that a motion?
If the board's ready for one.
Well, first of all, I mean, we should come to a consensus that the deadline we had placed, which was, I don't know, I think early in December of 2021, no longer applies. In that maybe the reason it doesn't apply is because we really only got one bid. And that one bid really didn't, because of its his location, Washington State or something like that, really didn't want to provide aftercare during the tree removal process. Did not really want to provide that management function. Is that kind of what I remember from?
I don't remember that, but if you say so.
Okay.
I don't recall reading that in the thing, but I might have missed it. I just think they're too far away to effectively manage this project. Get the trees marked. Help with the bidding, certify. I mean,
Right.
they're
Does it
3
just put
hours fly
on-
time from here.
On the project, this is happening and afterwards.
Yeah. I'm not prepared to vote until I make sure that parcels proposal meets our RFQ. So, I mean, I'd be interested in bringing this back in March. That's where I'm at with it. The $17,000 purchase without even reviewing the document
Sure.
is not something I'm in tune for.
I don't think we should rush it. We keep rushing things and making mistakes.
Well, the only thing is we've worked with this company, so we know their reputation and we do have the public, some people out in the public
Oh, yeah.
clamoring
Yep.
for this cleanup to get done, already not happy that it
Right.
happened in August and here it's 6 months later already and nothing has been started. And it's gonna be the better part of the summer before this is gonna be done.
No, I hear
So,
from
and
those people
also
too.
I would say that last month when you were not here, 3 board members, a majority of the board agreed that we would wait for partials bid to come in. And so I think that us bypassing our deadline has already happened.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And I do remember that.
And what I would say is to speed this up, maybe I can PDF this and send it to everybody, and maybe we can add this to our agenda tomorrow. At our fire budget meeting, we're meeting here again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We could just add it to the agenda. If everybody's gonna be here, we could add it to the agenda just after the fire budget is done. We could add it to
I'm
the
not gonna
agenda.
have time to review that today.
Oh, okay, well, right.
But we could do
Well,
it
it
to, let's see, we have another special meeting
Have
coming
another
up, what?
special budget meeting the next week, don't we?
217.
it's only 3 pages but sure, if you want to add it to this 217 agenda, I'm just saying it doesn't need to wait till March.
Sure, I'm fine with that. Board,
I'm good with that.
I'm good with it.
so we'll add it to the 217 meeting.
A decision on the awarding of a bid to the 217 meeting agenda.
Mhm.
Sure.
And as far as quote protection for any of the work that's been done, is there anything that we need to do there? I thought Mr. Schaub turned in a sealed envelope to me, but yet you said it wasn't sealed.
Oh, no, it wasn't sealed. I've got the envelope right in there. It had a pull off sticky thing and it was not pulled off. It was on. You handed me, you laid on my thing. I can show you the envelope.
No, I.
It didn't have the thing ripped off. I did not have to open it with an opener.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
It
So.
was not sealed.
No, it wasn't sealed.
He knows it wasn't
No,
sealed, yeah.
I was just confused a little bit with like the work you wanted done down there. I know that trail to the lake was missed, I guess, last time or something. I walked down there, and as far as the brush being hauled out, you know, I guess I didn't know exactly what you guys really wanted. It makes a big difference if, you know, you wanted the trail cleaned up plus the brush hauled out or burned on site. So my bid was to, you know, burn the brush on site and make that trail down the lake. I just want to make sure, parent, we're doing apples to apples here.
Yeah,
You
and,
know.
and I think that's the road the board has decided to go
Yeah.
down is that, you know, with Partial's help here, we will set those parameters for
Exactly.
everybody to know. So for example, we, you know, are going to go 1,000 feet either side of the trail. Maybe we're going to burn anything less than 1 inch and chip everything that's more than 1 inch. So I think Partial during the inventory process will help us design, and it'll probably be very similar to last time,
Mhm.
about what we do with the brush pile for habitat. I think you and I had a small conversation about habitat. So those, what am I trying to think of, criteria will be part of the next bid process, which is where your work will come in.
That's going to be
We will decide on this portion February 17. And then I'm sure they're going to need some time to do their work. And then.
Well, we have to have the contract signed. We have to sign the contract. There's the hazardous tree inventory agreement or something,
Yep.
that's part of this. So that has to get signed.
Yep.
Um,
And that should also be in the packet, right? For 217.
You want the contract and the hazardous tree inventory agreement in the packet?
I assume they provided that this time too in their quote, or no?
No, they didn't provide the contract.
Okay,
No.
yeah, let's have the
I
agreement.
think I better call them and have them present on 217 also,
I
so
think
they can
that'd be a
answer
good
any
idea.
questions.
Yep. If they can be, if not,
Right.
then let's put it on the 223 special meeting. Right? Is the board good with that?
Might as well have the contract available at the same time.
Yep. Heidi?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Well, I guess we can have it in there, but if you're gonna address, you know, this trail to the lake, then I think that contract might change a little bit. I don't know, I haven't read it recently,
Right. It's been a long
the
time.
details.
Right. And we may want to think on the 17th of how to get the trail back to the water opened up.
Yeah,
So. All right. Does that bring us to number 2? Everybody good with that? Risk management and ARPA funds. This proposal was first set forth in January, and I apologize for my last minute absence there. And then you wanted the idea to be developed a little further. And so the premise of this idea is that we make decisions. All of us make decisions in our personal life, and we use a set of guiding principles in our own life that allow us to make those decisions. Boards probably do the same thing. Case in point, last month, I'd made a proposal to join a particular lake association as a member. Some people disagreed with that, others had no comment. And so during that discussion, there were a few things brought forward that allowed us to make a decision not to join the association. And very similarly, when applications for marijuana, special land use start coming forward to this board, we're going to have to be asking some questions. Let's make sure we ask the right questions. A little further down in the packet, we had agreed late last year to provide 1/3 of the ARPA funds to a fiber optic company. We didn't even know there were rules out there that we needed to follow. At least I didn't. It's kind of like the playground rules, right? As I understand, we didn't know they were there.
Right.
But yet, lo and behold, they are there, and we need to follow them. This audit process that we're going to go through for ARPA funds is unknown at this point. I've been to at least 2 webinars so far. How about you, Ardella? No?
I've just read things. I've been reading. I didn't do the webinars.
So my point is that I think we should begin using some rubrics. And this kind of goes back to something we looked at, I think last April or May, under the qualified QBS system, where we decide to go out and attract engineering firms and attorney firms, just using that as an example. And we have this list of vendors that's available to us to advise us when we have these questions come through. I've provided a couple of copies of what question rubrics look like. One is, I think, for marijuana. One might be an employment rubrics. And I think we use something like this when we hired chief. So my question is, does the board see any value in trying to get somebody who might be familiar with rubrics to advise us where to look, how to proceed? And, you know, Beckett and Rader comes to mind. I think myself and Carl Roble actually went to a risk management webinar that was put on by, I think, a planning association. And John Eichelangeli was the presenter, who is a principal of Beckett and Rader. He mainly talked about ZBA and planning commissions, but how these decisions will also be a litigation generator for boards.
When you plan right and you have a better skill set, you don't make mistakes.
Well,
We have
I
to do
think we all,
something. We all make
we
mistakes,
all make
but
mistakes.
let's at least prevent some of them if possible.
Ardella, you've kind of used something like this in the ZBA, right?
Yeah, finding of facts
I-
on why
oh.
we did why the conclusion we came to, how we got there.
Yep.
So, yep. And it's pretty standard. I was surprised that the planning commission didn't start using it until this last year. That method.
Or the board,
Well, yeah.
right?
Well, I think the board had, see, with the ZBA, you've got one, maybe two cases at the most in front of you. So being able to go through each and every one of the steps of why you have more time frame. Sitting at a board here, I mean, here we are at 10:11 and we're only on unfinished business number, what, 2?
I get it.
We would be here 10 hours trying to use that method. No special things. I agree with you. But I think at this point with the ARPA funds and what we're going to do with them, I think there's a lot of questions. I think there's a lot of areas that we can reach out to get help, especially in the reporting. In our most recent MTA publication that came out, they listed a number of CPA firms that assist in ARPA reporting. They specialize in it. This township currently doesn't actually have a CPA that we contract with. We have auditors. That's not the same thing as having an accountant. And they tell us when we call them and ask them accounting questions that we're not your accountants. So something as important as ARPA reporting, I have no idea how complicated it's going to get. I can only imagine. But I don't want to be the one that's going to make that mistake because it's not my expertise. So, that's just one of the things we need to consider. Are we going to get help with the reporting? Is one of us going to step up and say, oh, I'll take that on? Because I'm not sure I want to be the one.
Look at the application process.
It
was supposed to be click, click, click.
Mhm.
How did that work out?
It was a lot more complicated than they let on that it was. And our application got rejected over 2 things, very simple things.
So did a lot of townships though.
Yeah.
So it was an easy fix.
A lot of us made the same mistake, which tells me while it was our fault, there was something in the process that led a lot of people down that wrong path.
But there was a lot of research that had to be done in order to learn how to do what they said was going to be click, click, click. It was not click, click, click. I mean, I have a book this thick full of all the documentation I had to have in order to actually put the application in. That experience for me tells me I am not sure I want to be the one that has to do the ARPA reporting coming up in April.
Right.
So to me, how we're going to handle that is a priority that this board needs to talk about, make some decisions on.
This fits right into this particular
does.
board packet. It's probably on the fringe, but it's right there. And I totally agree. Your name and my name will be on that audit. And I've attended 2 webinars. Well, one webinar specifically on the accounting practices for it. I'm not sure I want to be the person.
Well, it clearly, from what I've read, we are going to be hiring outside firm
Yeah, I
to
like
do the
that idea.
reporting. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to have time to do it. No one else wants to do it. And we're going to be hiring an outside firm. That's a given. It's just who we're going to hire. And I think we do need to make that decision fairly soon. If somebody wants to step up on the board and call a couple CPA firms or something and find out who and how much, I think that would be good information, or have them submit a letter or something that, yes, we can file your federal reporting on your ARPA funds and we'll do it for this much money. That has to happen.
I'm in
And
agreement
but
with
it's
it.
February 8th. And so that report is due April 22nd. So we need to make we need to get
there's a
that
lot of
done.
Townships out there sitting here talking about this, just like
Yep.
we are.
Yeah,
So this one that's located in Cadillac, I mean, they listed, I'm sure you saw it, Ron.
Yeah.
The one that they listed in Cadillac is the closest one to us. You got Ann Arbor, Alpena, Grand Rapids, Hastings and Saginaw. And then you got a Cadillac CPA. So and all the townships are reading this. And they're going, oh, well, Cadillac's closest.
well,
Where
I
are we
mean, we
gonna be
can
on the
even
list of
call our
reporting?
auditors and
Sure.
find out if they will do it and what their price is. We don't just have to call that Baird firm there. We can, there's other local.
But
No, I
those are
think
the
that's
firms
these
that
people are
specialize
specializing in
in
it.
it. Yep.
They already know
Well-
what they're supposed to be doing. That's what that whole thing was about.
And I say we look at Cadillac and Alpena and call it good, because this is going to be done over the web anyway, right?
Yeah,
So it's not like we're going to have to go visit. We could always Zoom.
but let's say we use Cadillac and they
But-
turn,
Let me just say, I hate to bust in here, but it says auditor and CPA firms available to assist. Okay, Plant Moran in Ann Arbor, we have a Plant Moran office here. Maybe somebody at the local office can assist with this. Just because they're not listed on here doesn't mean, and this doesn't say they specialize in it. They've just said, yeah, put our name in there as somebody people can call. It's not limited to these people here. So, I mean, I think it'd be better to keep it local if we can, but
right, I'll work
whoever
on
wants
some
to make the phone
local.
calls.
I'll make a couple this week.
I guess I don't see Cadillac as not being local.
Well,
Yeah,
you got,
that's pretty close.
And
you
here's the
got
other
over
thing.
45 CPAs in Traverse City.
Yeah, but not all of them know what they're doing with the ARPA.
And they'll, if they don't want, if they're not interested in, learning what they have to do to submit the report, then they'll tell you that.
I don't want
They're
them
not
learning on
interested.
us.
It's exactly right.
Well, yeah,
No.
That's, we're in my opinion, we could be in danger of having to pay back that
If you don't
ARPA
do it
money.
right, but they
if
do
we
give
don't.
you, I read the article, they do give you an opportunity to make it right if something's wrong. Just like
Sure.
with my application,
Right.
they allowed me to
Right.
make it right. And I'm sure they understand that there are many townships out there that are struggling through this just like we are. So.
Yeah.
It's like deadline dates.
so Heidi has volunteered
They
to make
need
a
those.
couple phone calls to CPA firms who may be able to do the township's ARPA reporting. Is that what I'm understanding?
Mhm.
And my thought is that, I believe this township really does need to have a CPA for when we have accounting questions. Because many times Cheryl and I will be discussing how things are supposed to be done, and we don't have anybody to reach out to.
Again, that falls right here under the qualified business selection, right?
On the Rubik's.
QBS.
Yep.
And so as I see QBS right now, we've probably got some marijuana things. We probably have some ARPA things, and we for sure have employment things.
So how do you want to come up with a rubric for ARPA? Who do you want to, who's going to give us a workable rubric? How are we going to get that?
Well, I would like to reach out to maybe Beckett and Rader and see if they offer something like that. We could reach out to C2AE. We could reach out to Fleece and Vanderbrink to see if they do anything like that. They're all three in municipal contractors, right?
But I guess we need to decide, because you could have scoring rubrics on 100 different things. So what scoring rubric or rubrics do we need first? And then we find someone to come up with those.
I'm not even sure we're
because-
to that point, are we? I mean, I listed off three categories that I think are important. Do you have?
Well, they're not gonna all have the same scoring rubric, so.
Oh, correct. Absolutely.
Right, yeah,
Absolutely.
right.
Do you see other important topics? Because that's going to be, I think, a very,
Don't you think you start with one? What's most important in front of you at the time?
Sure.
Because I think if you hit, okay, how many do we have?
Right.
We got 10, now we're overwhelmed.
Right. And,
You know.
and I want this to be an entry level process for us because we have not used any findings of fact or any rubrics at the board. And, we might have some
But to
questions.
say we haven't used any, are you referring to the ARPA stuff alone? Or are you referring to everything? Because I think, Ron, where we don't have a formal rubric, I think we do that in our discussions when we talk through why we're making the decisions we do. We're not writing it down. This is why, this is why, this is why, like we do in a resolution. But I believe our conversations help us all get to the point of why we're voting the way we're voting.
And
Large majority of the time.
And that's a fair assessment, as well as the omission of actually writing it down, which I think is an important step we'll realize for risk management is actually writing it down. Now, it should be in the minutes, but not all of our conversation is in the minutes, right?
Because we don't do verbatim.
Exactly.
Well, and if people want to write down their personal reasons, their board member reasons, there's nothing stopping them from putting those in writing and submitting them in the board packet of why they're voting on something a certain way. But we're not going to fill up the minutes with, that's
No.
discussion.
No.
We're not going to do that.
Well,
I mean,
he's
there's a
saying
few
like
things.
A separate form
Yep.
that, like what
Right.
the.
It's not the
I
purpose
don't
of the
know if planning
minutes.
Commission uses a separate form.
No, they
The
don't.
ZBA.
CBA does.
ZBA does. There's an actual form that doesn't meet this, doesn't meet
And the
this.
and the ZBA does that because things can be appealed from the ZBA to the local circuit court.
Yep.
And they have to have very specific findings because that is exactly what the court reviews. No new information can be submitted at the circuit court level. So it has to all be spelled out how the questions, they have those questions that they answer and stuff like that. That was set up that way on purpose to follow the law for ZBA.
Right.
Because of where their decisions can head off to.
So maybe where our findings of fact, so to speak, rubric, would not have to be as structured. But putting our reasons down would.
And that's why I think that's where we're at, in my opinion, with the professional people, right? Let's have them tell us that, this is really what we're recommending. And this is why we're recommending it, because we're seeing more and more cases in court. And these are the things they're questioning, or these are the things that caused a court decision to go one way or the other. And I don't know how many people here have been to one of John Michelangeli's presentations, but he's a plethora of information. And he's with Beckett and Rader.
Well, I think we should pick one topic to get a scoring rubric on and see how that works out. So I don't think we need to ask somebody for 5 scoring rubrics. Some of this stuff is available online. Like, for instance, where did you get this marijuana selection criterion thing?
From just a general search. And I think my search criteria was scoring rubric, right?
Yeah.
And I'm fine to maybe take the next step with an online search, but I'm not a Rubik's generator, and I don't really have.
Oh, no, I don't see the board generating
Yeah.
scoring rubrics. I mean, I see us taking one that's already out there and maybe tweaking it a small amount. We'd be months coming up with something like that.
What about if I ask Patterson if they have anybody in their firm?
Maybe that's an idea.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, ask them, because they deal with a lot of townships that are doing marijuana. Ton
And
of them.
and maybe that's where we want.
This isn't, they have probably stuff on the shelf that they can provide, and then you tweak it or they tweak it to our township and our ordinances. So that's a good idea.
I would also like to go out to Beckett and Rader for the same things.
No, go to more than one.
Yeah.
Eggs in one basket, not good.
consensus just to come back with an idea of what the next step is. I'm not even going to ask for a Rubik's, but I'll use the idea of a marijuana Rubik's. Is that what you would like? Would that help the marijuana subcommittee out?
Well, the
Yes.
marijuana subcommittee, their purpose is not to create a scoring rubric.
Okay,
Okay, so that's something that is not in their purview at this time.
Okay.
So I think we need to know whether Patterson's office is able to generate a marijuana scoring rubric for the township. I think I would start there and see what they have before we start going out to other places. Let's see what they come up with and then decide if we want to go out to other places.
and you want to limit it to a marijuana Rubik's?
Well, I don't care, or ARPA, maybe ARPA and
Sure.
marijuana.
Yep.
I mean,
Like I
we're-
said, the three that I think we're going to need shortly would be marijuana, ARPA, and employment. those are-
marijuana, ARPA, and what?
Employment.
Employment of what?
Everything from whoever.
Well, we have
maintenance
job
workers.
descriptions for that. We have
Could
job
we
descriptions.
just
I don't
start
think we
with the
need
two most
employment.
Important ones.
Sure.
And see how that works, and then we can go to other ones.
Two most important would be marijuana and
ARPA.
ARPA. So as I have it, you will approach Patterson's office about whether they are able to generate marijuana and ARPA scoring rubrics for the township.
yeah, and I'm also going to go out to Beckett and Rader unless the board tells me not to do that. Because they're on top of this stuff. And I don't know what their fees are per hour, but. I'm
Yeah, that
think-
would have to be approved by purchase order if you're gonna spend some money.
No, I don't think we're spending money at this point. I think I'm just trying to get an idea of who could work most efficiently for us at the township. Either an attorney firm or somebody like Beckett and Rader.
What is Beckett and Rader?
They're civil planners. They're the planning company that Acme Township uses. They have offices, 4 or 5 offices throughout the state.
And, we're currently working with,
C2AE.
why that name? That's just weird. I get the C part and then I was like, why them over the C2A3, whatever it is? Since
Only,
we're already working with them.
and I could,
Well,
I
they're
could-
more of an architect engineering firm rather than planners for this type of thing, is what I would say about that.
and to answer your question specifically, the one webinar that I went to that John Eichelangeli put on, I think he's got this stuff, as Cheryl says, right on the shelf. And, here's your copy of it. We might have to belong to his American Planning Institute or something like that.
Isn't Bob already a member?
No. And so I'm just impressed with that company. And I think Acme Township will give them a pretty good recommendation. They're going to be expensive, but then again, so is our attorney.
Well, I guess then what you're doing is you're gonna ask for whether they're able to generate these 2 scoring rubrics and what the cost would be for
Yeah.
them to do
Yeah.
that.
And
Okay.
maybe they can provide a sample of their work, or maybe they can provide, a list of townships that they've done this for, or other entities.
references.
References, if you
Sure.
will. So I think that's the step I am at. And then we can make an educated decision of who we think can work most effectively for us. And if we decide to move forward then to spend some money, so be it. Good?
I'm good with that.
Any final questions, Heidi?
No, I'm good. Thanks for all your homework.
Della, you're good?
Mhm.
Cheryl?
Yep.
All right, so then that brings us to moratorium on special land use permits. I'm going to make a motion to place a 90-day moratorium on the acceptance of applications and the review of and decisions on issuing special land use permits in Whitewater Township, providing time for zoning ordinance amendments to be lawfully adopted with the appropriate special use review provisions required under the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act 110 of 2006 as amended.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Well, I'll start off. I have several comments. I did, of course, this is, we've been told this is an emergency. And so I did look at the Planning Commission's last meeting packet and also their minutes, which Lois gets their minutes done very quickly. So that was helpful. Thank you, Lois. And they do have in there their proposed language for the zoning ordinance amendments for review of special use permits, I guess I should say. And it's my understanding from the minutes that the 4 members present, who are a majority of the Planning Commission, did approve those. So I think their language has already been approved. Additionally, I spoke to Bob this morning because I had only just found that last evening. And I spoke to Bob this morning and he did say that the next thing for them to do would be to set that for public hearing. And he did say that what the language they have is not a total fix, it's a Band-Aid, but it will suffice for now. And so I think that removes the urgency from this. And I do know that we have one particular business out there who has a sale pending. And that's been for sale for a very long time, and they have a sale pending, and I would not want to interfere with that sale by putting some lengthy moratorium process on. I think the Planning Commission is close enough to having their public hearing, after which they can recommend it out to the board. We're going to have more than our regular meeting in March. And I think by sometime in March, we can have these amendments adopted. And I think that's soon enough. And I would just remind everybody that this is the 50-year anniversary of the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance this year. It's been in effect since 1972. And it's been operating, functioning, and I get it. These standards are supposed to be in there per the law, but they haven't been in there for a very long time. And the people have been getting special use permits approved. And like I say, the Planning Commission has already approved some language, and I think they're very close to having, something in place.
Okay, so if we followed what you were suggesting with findings of fact, and why Cheryl, I know, is probably, after listening to her, voting no on the moratorium. The PC is done with their amendments according to their minutes. She spoke with the ZA. The next step is the public hearing. They're on their way to having this completed by their March meeting. By March. We currently
How
have
can
one
we have a
applicant.
public meeting in
I mean,
March? Did
Well, they're
they-
already having a public hearing in March.
Did they, last Friday, did they forward these to public hearing?
No, they didn't, but they can have a special meeting. I mean, if there's urgency to these, then, and with everything that the planning commission has on their plate, you know, they missed their January meeting. It was not rescheduled. They're gonna be forced into some special meetings.
The
to get
planning
things done
commission
and
knows
caught
that
up.
This is a hot priority, so they're putting a lot of attention to it. It sounds like, according to their meeting minutes, you know, it's in the packet, we read them. But continuing on, we currently have one applicant. The Sun's Feed Store sold. There's a veterinarian clinic coming in and they need to make some adjustments or something to the special use permit. Putting a moratorium on this today would stop that.
No,
Well, that's what Bob said when I talked to him.
because we would have to allow any permits already in to go through this process.
My conversation with him was, is if we put a moratorium on it, would it stop that? And his answer was yes.
Yeah, and I believe the status of that is they're going through a preliminary review and they have not actually put their application in yet. So there's that.
But he also said there's
timing.
two more he's had conversations with coming in behind. So we'd be currently stopping 3 businesses from going forward. When they are so close to getting this done, I don't see a reason to put the moratorium on for those reasons I have just stated.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and ask both of you ladies to take some time and watch your plan commission meeting of Friday. I zoomed in. I did not say anything. I had some observations that weren't really that good, but it's not the members' fault. Because they have the most, that's a really important job, okay? And they couldn't get questions answered because there was no, Bob wasn't there. The chair wasn't there. And I don't really care why they weren't there. The bad thing is they probably shouldn't have had a meeting because they couldn't get questions that they had answered. So we got to slow down and we got to do it right. But I would go back and watch that meeting and tell me after you watch it if you didn't come to the same conclusion. I felt bad. It's very difficult to make the decisions that they have to make on paper when they don't have anybody to answer their questions. And that was my observation and my opinion.
And so my comments are in line with Cheryl, even though this might be the 50th anniversary of the zoning ordinance. I will remind you that the law we're trying to comply with is from 2006. I will also remind the board, just because we have done something wrong for so long, doesn't mean we should continue it once we know that it's
Wrong.
against state law. So y'all can vote against statute. That's up to you. And for certainly an exception can be provided for those who currently have applications in or have submitted something to the planning commission. Maybe you want to take it down to a different number of days. But for us to think that the planning commission is gonna have a special meeting with one member working out of town, I don't know if that's even gonna be possible. Long story short, to think that this is gonna be done by March is false. So maybe we want to take the moratorium to 60 days, 90 days. It's at 90 now. That's what I recommend.
Because you can always go backwards.
Yeah, and if it was done earlier, then it's done earlier. Any final comments?
Well, I don't appreciate the characterization that we're voting against the statute. The statute, this just came up in December. We've had who knows how many well-educated zoning administrators and planners in this township over the course of time. And this was never noticed previously. I'm sorry, the townships, the planning commission, they're the ones, and Bob, but Bob has backed off on the urgency. Okay, Bob has backed off on that. I too have had a conversation with Bob about this whole thing, besides what I talked to him about yesterday, which only related to what happened at the planning commission meeting last Friday. And exactly what it says in here, Article 25, special use permit guidelines, run through the red line items, consensus to approve the changes. I mean, you've got, they just need to get this set on for public hearing and get it done. And as far as whether one person can't be at the public hearing, they've got 6 people now. So they should be able to get a quorum. They should be able to get it done. And I don't think we need, I don't think we need to delay these other people who have, who knows if they've got, mortgages or loans or whatever riding on getting approval from the township. And for us, and I don't agree with the, the exceptions. Okay, that would have to be so specifically defined. I think that discriminates against people. I think that hurts people who are citizens of the township or have businesses in the township. And I don't want to set that precedent that is going to hurt them. The planning commission does need to get her done. And they will find a way. I'm confident they can find a way if they want to assign the urgency to this that they are telling us is there.
Any other comments? Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Valmuth?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Bennett?
No.
Motion fails. Is there any information from Roland?
He was the one who wanted to be on the agenda. He's not here. I don't have any further information than what I've relayed. I do, he gave us that document, that case, a Michigan Supreme Court case about prescriptive easements. And that came in after the township got the legal opinion about Lossy Road. And I scanned through the legal opinion. I'm not an attorney, but I don't know that the issue of a prescriptive easement was specifically addressed in that legal opinion. And I'm wondering if that does need to be addressed. I just think that Mr. Oosterhouse, and I know you and Heidi are doing some research, but I think we can't hold up, Mr. Oosterhouse and the other landowners forever over there on what, what's the verdict?
Well, as Heidi and I found out, there's, lots of information I think we're into the 2001 now. We've poured through a lot of pages. And so the ownership question, which is, I think, what the legal opinion addresses, and what Roland and others have suggested is that maybe the township didn't do something right. And maybe we don't even have the use of Lozzie Road Trail. So if you want to give somebody permission to use the tribal land up here, please do so, and let's do it in writing so we can bestow that privilege to them.
Well, I do know that the Parks and Rec Committee also asks me every month about this issue. What has the board decided? So I'm just maybe asking that the research proceed at maybe an accelerated pace so that the board can take up this issue and make a decision on it.
Sure.
Because we do have a lot of people awaiting some kind of decision on it. All the adjacent landowners.
And, you know, my hope is that once we get into like 2010, 2012, for sure, this board or this administration is going to know we didn't have any actions on Lossie Road Trail. So hopefully we're nearing the end of it. I really thought we'd get through it in our last session, but there's just a lot of minutes. There's a lot of reading. I
Yeah.
mean, this went back to 1932.
And you have to read every single thing, because they might say lossy for a word and then you have to go back and reread it. Is that what I'm looking for? No.
Well, and what we found out is that it wasn't always Lossie Road Trail, right? So you're not just keying in on trail or
Right.
we're keying in on Lossie. And sometimes it's, as you pointed out, Cheryl, the old Park and Rec. My concern is that any attorney documents might have been supplied to that board and not this one. And so
Yeah, I don't know.
in 2001, we understand that there was some legal questions, but it looks like that might have been sent to the park board of the day, not the township.
I've never even come across minutes of the park board, the
Well,
previous park board.
they,
So,
they are mentioned quite a few
Yeah, they're
times.
mentioned.
oh, I
a lot in
get it, but I don't know
2001.
if they had to
Oh, I see.
follow the Open Meetings Act. Even remember, has always been discussion at this board about whether other boards had to follow the Open Meetings Act. Obviously, the Planning Commission and ZBA Board of Review do, but did the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee have to do that? And a park board way back, who knows when that was? I don't even know when that was. It was a long time ago, probably 20 years ago now. I'm just telling you, I haven't come across any park board minutes now, and the park drawer is quite full of things. I've never come across any minutes of that particular body. I'm not sure they kept any.
What year are you guys on now? You said
2001.
Yeah, we're in September or October of 2001.
I think there's a couple folders in there having to do with the park board, but those are probably how it was created and who was appointed and stuff like that. I think probably any actions they took was done through the board and would be in the board minutes.
That's the predication I'm moving forward on, but in
Right, yeah.
2001, it looks like the legal opinions went to the Park and Rec Board or Park Board,
Yeah.
I should say. So, yeah, I mean, I agree. A year is a long time for this person to wait. But on the other hand, the non-motorized question has been there for 20 years. And so apparently he's been using this for 20 years. I don't know that. And so I've just been, and I'm sure you have just been recently noticed that he went in there this past fall with a motorized vehicle. That's my first knowledge of him using the trail. With a
Well, the
motorized
Battle
vehicle.
Creek Natural Area rules say, management plan says adjacent properties owners can go in there and perform maintenance with motorized vehicles. They have that right already to do that.
Yeah, and that's maintenance on the trail.
No maintenance
Well,
to their property.
Maintenance, well, I don't know. Let's reread the Battle
Sure.
Creek management plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if it doesn't say trail, is it maintenance on the trail or maintenance on their property? I don't know.
Well,
But I do know that they have the right to go down the trail, for maintenance purposes. And I don't know if it defines
Sure.
maintenance of what.
And that may be part of our final results here, right? That the landowners do have the opportunity, but if we don't even own the easement that we think we own, we can't grant them access to their own property.
And remind me why there's a question of whether we own it or not? Did Chris Patterson tell us to research that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that has to do with some research that Mike Jacobson was also working on, if I remember correctly. He had come in here and gotten several afternoon minute books from you, I think, Cheryl.
No, he didn't get
Obviously
any minute
different.
books from me, but Luann and I did some research for him. But that had to do with Bottle Creek versus Battle Creek. I don't
that's-
remember. I think maybe he did come in and look at some minutes. I can't remember
Sure.
now, but he might have, yeah. Anyways,
All right, so the idea is speed it up the best we can. And obviously with
Please.
us being rate and budget time.
well, yeah, I
you know,
get that.
it's-
I get that.
We're all busy. We're all stressed.
Right.
So we will do that. So that brings us to new business number 1, appointments. I am recommending Roberto Garza of 8705 Angel Road, Williamsburg, Michigan 49690 to a post on the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals in accordance with Public Act 110 of 2006. Michigan filed laws 125.3601, section 7, and the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals bylaws, section 5E as amended. This term will end on December 31st of 2024.
I'll second.
Well, that wasn't a motion, was it?
That was a motion.
That was, no, it wasn't
was-
the motion.
Correct.
Right, it was not the motion.
So.
So okay. Well, okay, I have a comment, but I'll make a motion to appoint Garza to the ZBA term to end 12/31/2024.
Second.
You said, when's it ending?
12/31/2024.
Okay.
Motion made in second. Further discussion?
And isn't this just a correction of the year? You had appointed him previously to the ZBA, but then when I gave you that appointment, the status of the appointments thing I sent you about a month ago or so, he was already appointed, but I believe only through the end of this year or only through the end of next year or something. Isn't that just because he's already on the ZBA?
So Roberto was always an alternate. I believe Kim Halstead resigned, moving Roberto from an alternate position to a full member.
And we already did that
Yep. we did that.
previously. Yep.
And my mistake was adding years to Roberto's appointment when I should have been looking at actually Kim Halstead's appointment, which terminated at the end of 2021. So as your document pointed out, Roberto should have been renominated and reconfirmed in January of 2022.
Well, in December of 2022,
Yeah,
because they're up in
Good.
December usually, but, okay, so really it's just, but you did reappoint him already is what I'm getting at. It's just you want the year to go out to 2024.
we did not reappoint him. We took him from alternate status to full board status when Halsted resigned.
But I believe that was for several years out.
And I thought that it would have expired next year, but actually, according to your document, and my math confirms it, Kim Halsted's appointment actually ended December 31st of 2021. So because Roberto took Kim's spot, he doesn't continue his alternate position.
I get it, but your motion at the time was to appoint him as a member through a certain date, which was beyond 2021.
Agreed.
Yes, so we've already appointed him as a member beyond 2021. You just want it to be 2024. I believe it was 20. Shall I can check the real quickly. I mean, he's already, his appointment,
I
in
see
other
your
words,
point.
was not up in 2021 because you had already reappointed him as a member beyond 2021.
I get.
All
your
we're
point.
doing is correcting the date.
Either way is fine.
Yeah, so I still made the motion, but I'm just pointing out why we're doing it, and it looks like we've done it twice.
Sure.
So, and so I'm wondering whether, I guess will need to be re-sworn in again
Yes.
because of the date. And what I'm getting at is he just served on the zoning board of appeals meeting in January. And by what you're trying to say is he was up in 2021, but he wasn't. So because you had already appointed him past 2021, so everything's good with him serving in January.
He's good to serve anyway until he's replaced.
Well, that's true, but
So.
anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
his
so we're just
service
changing the year.
at that meeting is a non-issue.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? And do you think he needs to re-oath? So ZBA is within 10 days? No, that's just.
No, there's
Board of
no
Review.
limit. There's no
There's no
limit on
limit.
that.
So he's already got his oath on file.
Yeah, and that doesn't have a
expiration
date
date.
on it, so maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I think we just vote on it and figure that out later.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Gosh, yes, Palmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. I'm sorry, motion passed.
Mhm.
Next one is Tammy Jarvis. After hearing so far of the meeting, this much of the meeting, hopefully she hasn't changed her mind, but please make your way to the
Didn't leave yet.
podium.
You didn't leave yet.
We're also recommending Tammy Jarvis of 5387 North Broomhead Road to an open spot on the Board of Review. Thank you, Tammy, for being available and your support mechanism as well. Board, any questions for Tammy?
I don't have any questions for Tammy. I've known her quite a few years, and I think she would be a great addition to the Board of Review.
Thank you.
Donna? Heidi?
I don't have any questions. You're a brave woman.
Thank you.
All right, so somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Tammy Jarvis to the Board of Review, term to end 12/31/2022.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes,
Bennett.
Yes.
Welcome to the Board of Review.
All right, thank you.
So I've got lots of paperwork to get out
Okay.
to you. All of it will be electronic. And maybe we can schedule a training class. I don't know if there's one coming up that we can maybe attend virtually or not, but I'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
much.
Tammy, you have 10 days to be sworn in my office for your post. So if you could make arrangements with me to stop in, it takes 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oop. I normally put that in the. Yeah, it is there. Does that bring us to resolution 2202 cemetery?
I believe so. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2202 rates for cemetery services.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I thought we were already at like $300 for a plot. No?
Nope.
So
200.
how do we compare with other townships? MTA's blogs. you know,
Very similar.
recently really been on fire with cemeteries. So what's
yeah, I
going?
noticed that.
Yeah,
And
I don't
use
know.
On fire,
I
not as a
re-
joke.
I researched this 3 years ago. I haven't re-researched it.
Right.
But we were, some townships charge a lot more
Yeah.
for spaces than we do, a lot more. And they have different rates for residents and non-residents. Of course, our cemetery ordinance, you just, if you don't live in the township, you have to show some connection to the township, so that, we just don't have people from anywhere coming in here and buying up our cemetery spaces and stuff like that. So that is in our cemetery ordinance, but yeah, we don't charge a lot for our cemetery spaces. Actually, as things go, but and our rates are in the ballpark with, other rates. Some townships that are smaller charge less. They don't have hardly any burials. We don't really have that many burials per year. For the first several years I was here, it was like 7 burials every year. I don't know how that happened, but we've had, but I know Bob had a lot more burials last year. Of course, he's the sexton at some other townships too. But it went up like 4 times his amount of burials he did last year compared to other years. Of course, we have an aging population and, and he said it wasn't all related to COVID either. So, but
How many spaces do we have left between the two cemeteries?
well, there's quite a few spaces left, but I don't have a number of spaces, but we have, and I want to do what Peninsula Township's doing, eventually get to the point where I can hand somebody a map and say, here's the spaces that are open. You can go pick one of these, come back and tell me which one it is, we don't have that yet, but there's quite a bit of space actually. There's in the other cemetery over there, the space is all on the east end where they put this 3-row Anderson edition, 27 lots in 9 lots going north and south, 3 rows of those. There's quite a bit of space in there. And then over here, there's more space on the south side than there is on the north side, but you would be surprised. There's space on the hill, and there's getting to be more burials on the hill. Then I didn't have any of those the first few years, but there's been some more of those. But those were for people who already had lots.
Right.
But we're not in danger of running out of cemetery spaces unless we have a mass die off of people, you know, in the near future. But like I say, you know, funeral directors, funeral homes can't come in here and buy spaces. And you do have to have some connection to the township. I have turned down a few people who have called and they didn't have any connection to the township whatsoever. So they didn't have a relative buried here. They've never lived here. They're just shopping for a space, you know? And so we do have some regulations in our ordinance about that.
Well, just a couple minutes while you were talking, I redid some more homework. I would suggest everybody right now in Whitewater Township, buy a plot. Because we have to be the cheapest. If you're cremating somebody, the average cost is between $350 and $2,000 just for to get into a cemetery. If it's a casket, it goes from $525 to $5,000. So I think I'm gonna go home and you know what, Cheryl, find out where those spaces are, because I think I'm gonna get me a couple of them for these prices you're charging.
Yeah,
That's
and
my
you're
opinion.
talking about the burial fees, which are separate from buying a
Well,
space.
I just had to bury someone and it was a Catholic cemetery and just the plot was over $6,000.
Hmm.
And it's not a very nice one.
Well, I don't think we want to do that to our residents.
I'm just saying, let's fill it up. Everybody should be, this is like a sale with the cost of everything else.
Well, my thought is 250 is way cheap. I mean, way cheap. I thought that probably should have been at least double.
I thought it should be at least 5.
And I thought we were already at 300, to be honest with you.
Our rates are posted right on the cemetery ordinance, and the rates are posted right
Sure.
on the website.
Sure. I read that once a month.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I want to keep it low for our residents. I think that was the main reasoning in the very beginning why they did not, when they set their rates right from the very beginning, they wanted to make it so that our residents, it was
Okay.
affordable because funerals are so expensive
Yeah.
and the burial lot shouldn't be, you know, it should, I don't want to put that extra burden on the taxpayers that already pay taxes here.
But that's exactly what we're doing. You know, this is Care Forever. Last year, what did we spend? About 7,000? What did you should hear?
Well, we don't offer perpetual care. Okay, perpetual care is when you go out and you manicure the, you know, things
have
and
to-
you do the flowers and all that kind of stuff. We mow and do cleanups.
Those are the
Right.
expenses he's talking about.
Okay, but you want to call that perpetual care, and I don't believe that's the definition of
okay,
perpetual
I'm-
care.
Okay, but somebody still
That's
has to
fair.
pay for
We,
it.
I mean, we have to mow.
That's fair.
And pick up the leaves.
Yeah, and
And
we-
fix the
we've both
trees
been
and the
on the end of the
fence
phone
and-
call when
Oh.
that doesn't happen
Oh,
when they
yeah.
think it should. right?
Exactly, exactly.
And
Yeah,
that, those
yeah,
are
yeah.
hard phone calls to take because
Right.
obviously the people feel offended, you know. So
Well,
it is what it is.
yeah, it is what it is.
But,
Yeah, well,
you know, we spent about $7,000 in cemeteries last year.
Well, we're gonna spend more than that this year because
Yeah.
we've already got trees marked to take
Right.
out over at that one, and then we need to have them mark some trees down there. I mean, yeah, there's some big old trees that are dead and they're about to fall over.
But
We
I
need to
hate
get
to
them
say
out of
this,
there.
but that's just the cost of doing business. in
And that is the
township.
cost of doing business.
That's something townships do. That's why we collect that 1% there.
Okay,
you know,
all right.
so.
And I'm
You mean
fine
the
with
1
that.
mil we
Okay.
don't collect?
I mean, it
Or that
shouldn't,
we don't collect, yeah,
Yeah.
or the under 1%.
Yeah.
it probably shouldn't be a 590 revenue generating account. I get that.
No,
So, okay.
But when you at least want, I mean, when's the last time you raised these prices?
2019, 3 years ago.
And you went up, what, 50 bucks?
I don't remember. Ernie was charging a very low amount. I think our spaces were 150. I don't remember what our burial fees were back then.
Well, I think adjusting just the space to 300, considering just inflation in general would be acceptable to the people.
I could go
But-
along with 300. I wouldn't want to see it any higher than that.
And that's where I thought we were.
Because I saw 250, I went,
What's your thought, Della?
God, I just paid 500.
I don't want to raise it.
this.
I want to leave it alone. Understand the need to raise for the burial because we have a different vendor now that does that. Ernie's no longer here. I mean, we got a great rate from him. I mean, his dedication was amazing. But yeah, I couldn't get that.
Right.
You know, it's a business. So I understand that, you know, his rates went up, our rates need to go up. I understand that, but the plot itself, I don't like raising it. I don't want to raise it.
Even to 250?
It's 250 now.
No, it's 200 now.
She wants, this is what you have in the packet, is what she wants to raise it to.
Yeah.
I'm fine
And-
with the 250.
And that was part of my, you know.
So
typical-
you thought 300, I thought 250, and it's 200. Okay,
And I'm just saying, anybody could check that anytime because it's right on the website.
well, I understand that, but this is a resolution, so I thought it would, okay. Then maybe we should just go to 250. Or how about 225?
Resolution is for 250.
Mhm.
You want to lower it to 225?
All right, I thought it was. Leave it at 250 at this point. I mean, again.
It's not like we can't come back and revisit it again, Heidi.
was
if
gonna
we
say
I
need
know
to.
we can come back and revisit it again, but
We could revisit it again. Yeah. And to be honest with you, if we sold 7 lots at $250 or 7 lots at $300,
it's peanuts.
None of-
See,
none of us
huge.
are going to go to the casino and have a royal time. So, you know, the amount of money that we're talking about here per year is really negligible.
Yep.
So I'm
Then-
ready to vote. Are there additional?
Just leave it at 250.
Okay,
Bob?
I'll call for a vote.
Bob,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Josh Osvalmuth,
Yes.
Motion passes. That brings us to intent to oppose incorporation as a charter township, resolution 2203.
well, this is of course the board's decision, but and this comes around every 10 years. So I guess to start off, I'll just make the motion to adopt resolution 2203, intent to oppose incorporation as a charter township.
I'll second for discussion purposes. Anybody have discussion?
I wish Bob was here, but nope, he's not here.
Bob, who?
Paul.
Bob doesn't have anything to do with
Doesn't
it.
matter. I had a question for him earlier. I have another question for him on this and he's not here. So I'll just wait till Thursday.
I don't see where Bob has anything to do with Charter
Cheryl, it
Township.
doesn't matter. I had a question on it and I figured he could give me my answer.
Can we try and help? Or you think it's a Bob
No,
only
it's
question?
It doesn't matter. Cheryl, aren't you posted this? I take it?
Yeah, it's being published. It has to be published twice.
When did you receive this?
The date is on the paperwork.
110?
January 10, I think is what.
110.
Yeah.
What packet page is this?
Uh,
This is where my.
130.
132.
Yeah, this is where my packet goes all wanky. That is a technical term, by the way, wanky.
It
Okay.
is like willy-nilly. So if you, let's just read what it says. You posted it, you got it on 110/22.
Mhm.
And
I didn't get it published within the 15 days, if that's where you're going. I
That's where
didn't
I'm
even
going.
notice that it had to be published within the 15 days, but it is being published. And so it's being published twice. I forget what the dates are now. I
you
didn't
already
get
blew
it
that one
published
too.
within the 15 days, but I felt that we would not, prior boards have not wanted to incorporate. There's several reasons to not incorporate as a charter township. This township just doesn't really need to do that and have the expense and all that. That's my take on it. If you want to, if the board votes to go ahead with it, then the board votes to go ahead with it.
Well, we would have
But-
to restart the process because if you read everything that Jacqueline Benson or Sue Sayer, Office of the Great Seal, sent us, we did not do it properly. So
Cheryl, you said this comes around every 10 years.
Yep.
Have you ever dealt with this before?
No, but I saw the prior board deal with it in 2010 and it was, no one wanted to do it. And, I mean, there's quite a bit to it. You have to add 2 board members. There's a lot of work to it and there will be some expense.
I vaguely
To-
remember in one of the MTA classes I took where they talked about, general law townships versus charter townships. One of them has to do with water and sewer, does it not?
Yeah,
yes, it
yep, you're
does.
supposed to be providing not just minimum service, but more, well, that's to prevent annexation.
Mm,
Okay, but the publication that starts on page 139, that's about 15 pages or so long, will answer all your questions about how you become a charter township, whether you want, what considerations you should take into account, whether you want to become a charter township. Our township isn't in any danger of being annexed by a city or a village because we don't have one next to us. Also, I don't think the public really wants us to have all of the taxing authority that charter townships have. I'm sure they would be opposed to that.
Cheryl, my
But it's
question,
whatever the board decides.
that's not my question on this issue. My question on this issue is we blew the dates. So now what do we do to fix it?
The publication dates, the publication dates really don't matter if you're not going to, incorporate as a charter township.
Does she
So
say
I
that somewhere in
apologize for
here?
not getting, well, why would they?
Well, let me ask this question. Heidi, are you interested in incorporating?
That's right.
Okay.
I'd like to know.
That's not my
Let's-
choice, okay? Because if we were gonna incorporate, there's so many unanswered questions.
So is
we have
this
to get
just,
from
let's
the
bash
public.
Cheryl because she missed a date?
No, I'm not bashing
Well, then I don't
Cheryl.
understand the point of wasting
Well,
the
I don't
board's
know.
time
This
on
is the
this.
Secretary of State and we screwed it up. So, okay.
My question here is, yeah, everybody makes mistakes. I got it. So I'm with you there, but if we haven't provided, so I'm thinking about this for like a public hearing, right? We need to provide 15 days for the public to respond. And so if we haven't provided both publications yet, and the public hasn't had 15 days, and I'm just picking that number because that's what we use for public hearings, to read the notice in the paper, I don't think we should be voting on this right now.
Okay,
that's
so,
my
but
only
the
question.
public, and one of the notices has already been in the paper. Okay, it's the second one that hasn't been in there yet. One of them has already been in there.
But the
So
law
they're on
requires
7th.
2.
I get it. But
Okay.
what you're telling the public is that in the notices, what you're telling the public in a copy of the notice, and I use the language
Mhm.
right in here, what the public has to worry about is whether we're going to incorporate as a charter township, and they want to oppose it and take it to a referendum. That's what you have to worry about with the notice. My recommendation is that we not incorporate as a charter township, and the public doesn't have anything to worry about.
But
Because
they
we're
could
not going to
challenge
do it.
anyways if they wanted to, correct?
What would they challenge us
Either
on?
way.
They could say we want to become a charter township. We do work for them, Cheryl.
Okay,
So all I'm asking
I don't think you'll
is
find 10 people
figure
in the
out-
township that know what a charter township is and why, and
Okay,
be
you know what,
adamant
Cheryl?
that, oh my
Cheryl, I
gosh,
can't believe you
Whitewater
just said that.
Township needs to be a charter township. I just don't think you're gonna find that kind of public support.
Hold on a minute.
Go ahead,
Trying to bring this back to, all right,
please do.
a statutory conversation. So, okay, yep, we missed a date. Got it. How do we fix it? And Cheryl, I understand what you're saying, but there is a statement here, and I've not read MCL 42.3, but it does tell us that the requirement to publish applies regardless whether the township board intends to take any of the options, including no action.
Right, it does say that.
Available under 42.3. And so my only concern is that let's let the second publication take place. We'll give an additional 15 days. We bring this back in March. Yep, if we get pinched because we were late, we got pinched because we were late. I'm willing to take that hit. But would this be considered an Open Meetings Act violation if we didn't allow the public the proper notice and we voted on it? That's my concern, is that we would jump further off of the trail. That's,
Okay, and the notice of eligibility says you're providing them with the fact that you have a population over 2,000, making it eligible to incorporate as a charter township. The township board may choose to exercise options concerning incorporation as a charter township under blah, blah act. Okay, so we can adopt a majority vote, by majority vote, a resolution opposed to incorporation. We can adopt by majority vote a resolution of intent to approve incorporation as a charter township by resolution. We haven't adopted any resolution yet, and that resolution isn't even on the table. And then at least 60 days after the adoption of the resolution of intent to incorporate as a charter township, the township board may adopt the resolution to incorporate as a charter township, or we can adopt by majority vote a resolution to place before the electorate at the next regular or special township election the question of incorporation as a charter township. A township board may also choose to take no action. We could do nothing. Okay, so, but I think the intent of the board needs to be in the record. So then it goes on to say, if option 2 is adopted by the township board, which is adopt by majority vote, a resolution to approve incorporation as a charter township, which isn't before us, If option 2 is adopted by the township board, the citizens of the township have the right to file a right to referendum petition. This petition must be filed before the final adoption of the resolution
Point of
to
order.
incorporate. Excuse me,
Point of order. This is the information that's in the packet.
I know, and that's what I'm reiterating, that option 2 is not even on the table today.
Doesn't
So-
matter. Clearly, the notice goes to whether or not we intend to act on it or not. It says that right in the beginning. And so acting on this without notice to the public
Fine,
is
let's just
a
bring it back.
violation.
Let's just bring it back in March. And maybe you'll have all these people that will want us to be a charter township. But so is there a consensus that we're going to bring this back in March? This resolution back in March?
Sure, I'll figure out the rules by then.
Well, the
As-
notices will have already been posted.
Right.
That's
in the
okay.
paper.
And that's my
So
only
that's-
concern.
So that'll be done. That'll be done. So all that will be left to vote on is whether we're going to incorporate or start the process
Or we could
to
do nothing.
incorporate.
Right.
Or we could do nothing, but why would you want to, I guess we can argue that then, but to me, you make a decision either way. So the board, so the public knows that you made a decision one way or the other. I think that's the thing you would do for the public.
Totally support that.
But anyways, okay.
March it is.
There was board consensus to bring this resolution back in March. Is anybody intending to bring a different resolution? If so, because I'm going to be bringing the resolution to not incorporate. If somebody else wants to bring a different resolution with a different result, they would need to provide that for the packet.
Understood. So it's an open business item, in other words. Mhm.
Well, if someone else, I'm just not, I'm just letting you know that if someone else has a different idea, they would need to bring their paperwork to the board. With a different resolution number that I can assign.
So that brings us to new business number 4, resolution 2204. Poverty exemption guidelines and application packet. So this deals, this is an annual thing, deals with Board of Review. And this is, has been reviewed by our current members of the board. And they made certain recommendations to keep the 125% of poverty level. So the feds set the poverty level limits, minimums. And because of our living standard here in Whitewater Township, the Board of Review a couple of years ago, I think, recommended 125% multiplier. So you can make 25% more and still live in Whitewater Township. I think they recommended to keep that and is so reflected in this packet.
So in other words, no changes were made to the resolution at all.
Only to the, the annual update of the Federal Register, right?
And what paragraph is that in here?
No, it's the document that we would refer to. And so I think that's on.
But what
packet.
I need to know is if you made any changes to resolution 2102.
No.
No changes at all were made to this document. So the new resolution is just gonna have, all I have to do is put the new resolution number on my Word copy of the resolution, which is what was adopted last year. And
I
then,
will supply you that document because that is not going to be the only change. And so if you take.
to
a
the
look-
resolution,
Yep, so-
that's what I just asked you, if there
Well-
was any changes to the resolution.
So your question is a little specific, and so I get that. So if you take a look at,
I think, and see where I'm going is, this isn't a red line. that you've got in here. So we don't know what you changed in here from what we adopted last year. And that should be a red line.
And what I'm telling you is that the document that was referred to last year, and it is found on page
Starts on 167.
Bear with me a minute. Again, this is where my packet goes haywire. So it's on packet page 168, according to my pages. Sub paragraph 8, subparagraph B. The change that was made as an alternate guideline and authorized above in paragraph 6, the Board of Review shall recognize the published 2021 poverty guidelines for the 48 contiguous states and the District of Columbia. In the previous resolution, that stated the 2020
Correct.
published poverty guidelines.
Correct.
So that is the only change.
Okay, good, okay. Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution 2204 poverty exemption guidelines as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion. Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
ARPA funds and broadband. Just kind of bringing everybody up to speed. I'm sure you've read the packet. You know, we made some decisions. We thought we were doing the right thing. And then all of a sudden, the final rule gets published and we didn't even know there were temporary rules that we were supposed to be following. I'm not sure, matter of fact, I'm quite sure we didn't follow the rules the first time around with bestowing that money. I'm not saying that we change our decision. I'm just saying that we delay that payment if that's still a possibility. We get all these questions answered and then we, you know, readopt the same idea. Just put our audit house in order.
Exactly.
Well, the payment has not been made. And a contract has not been signed, although Tim did give us a proposed contract. And so I think anything that, you know, I think he needs to be brought into the discussion on this. Some of these things I believe were taken care of in the discussion we had. Some of these things are optional. And I do think he needs to be brought into the discussion, certainly would be with the contract. To make sure that we did, you know, what we were supposed to do here.
And so here's one of those items that when I left the industry, we were just beginning to use fiber optic. So I don't know anything about fiber optics, right? Can't help you here. Maybe we need to have somebody, a third party that can help us. Maybe what we want to do is look at our agreements and make the onus on the company who's receiving the ARPA funds, make sure they comply with all of the rules.
That's a good idea.
And if not, we claw that money back because we're going to have to claw it back in our audit process.
Well, wouldn't we have our attorney draw up the contract or give them the sample contract that the proposed contract that Cherry Capital Connection gave to us and have our attorney review it for all the things we normally have our attorney review for, and for making sure that everything is done properly with respect, because it's ARPA funds? Wouldn't we do that?
And I was thinking the auditor firm that we hire would do that. Still pass it by legal, but once, because I don't know what questions to ask. Again, there's 400 and some odd pages of rules for this money. I probably won't read them all.
I mean, for instance, on page 175, it's talking about recipients should adhere to the following requirements. And it's about identify an eligible area for investment. Well, I believe they've done that. You know, there's several things in here that I have a note that I believe they've already met that goal. Some of them are suggestions Treasury encourages, so they're not mandates. Although we would probably comply with them anyways. Another one on page 176, recipients must require the service provider for a broadband project that provides service to households to either participate in the FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program or provide access to a broad-based affordability program to low-income consumers that provides benefits commensurate to ACP. I mean, these are things that we need to bring Cherry Capital into the conversation to make sure they're already doing those things, or if not, to let them know that we have to comply with these things, so they have to comply with these things.
Just, I hate to break in here, but we're talking about using an auditor, CPA firm to help with the assisting of the reporting. Using the Rubik's concept, there should be somebody out there that can give us a list of checkpoints for if you're going to use some ARPA money for broadband, what is it that you need to be aware of? It's got to be there, because I'm looking at all these townships and what they use the ARPA money on. Large, significant number of them are using it for broadband. Now, how are they doing it and we can't figure out how?
Great question. Do any of those have Charter or Spectrum currently in them?
Don't know.
Mm.
I wouldn't know, Ron, you know, it just,
I get it.
they don't list that in there.
Well, I'm sure some of them do.
So I called and asked the couple that I saw, right? And so part of Cherry Capital's proposal was to bring fiber all the way down Elk Lake Road. Well, I know all those people are serviced by Charter. We're serviced by Charter here. So that kind of takes us out of the loop.
Interesting
Well,
thing though is, wait a minute, interesting thing is though, when Tim was here talking about ARPA funds, where would those funds go? He has the ability to separate our funds from any federal funds he's getting and say, it's going here. And that's the last mile stuff that ARPA's talking about.
I totally agree with that. And that's why I don't think this is a change in our resolution of last year, but it's a documentation that none of our funds are going to be paid for the trunk line or whatever it's called.
Right.
This is to the last mile, but then that also brings up question is that last mile only helps that one house. And so
Well-
why are we using public funds to help one house?
Well, because what they,
I
it's
want
not
help.
just one house though.
Well, last
Yeah, I
mile
think you're-
is.
I think but it's many one house.
No, the last mile is the
So-
connection from the street to any house.
Yes.
Right. and-
That's the
and in
last
Agreed.
ARPA, in ARPA, they say they want you to do that. They also want you to do low income help. Use the money to help those people that can't afford to connect to get connected. And that's one house at a time, Ron. So the whole point of using broadband, ARPA money for broadband is because they recognize through this pandemic how many rural areas such as ours is underserved or not served at all through Spectrum, Charter, whoever it is that's out there.
We
So,
may not be as rural as you think,
well,
depending on what part of Kansas you're in, Toto.
okay.
Well, and also any broadband provider is gonna have to go down roads, main roads, where there's already Charter or whatever service to get to the places that there's
Are
not
not
service. So
served.
that's meaningless. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. We want these funds to go to getting fiber or broadband to unserved and underserved areas of the township. But on their way there, they're gonna have to go through served areas of the township. They
And I
just
think
have
they
to.
account for that too.
But our money can't be used there.
No, I
And
get that.
All I'm saying
Right.
is that we tighten up the parameters, and we understand, first of all, that there were rules out there we were supposed to be looking at, which I did not know.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the best route is to just get this proposed contract to our attorney and have them start looking at it and tell them what our concerns are, that we got to make sure this contract, send them this board packet stuff. We got to make sure this contract, and talk to Tim about it too, and make sure that he understands where the ARPA funds from Whitewater Township can be spent. And then the contract spells that out also.
And it's important to understand, no money is going to be spent until that contract is approved through us and our legal.
Well, we talked about that already, and that's not true, because really you were supposed to forward the money, or the township was supposed to forward the money according to the resolution 30 days after we received it. So we're already in violation of our own resolution.
Okay, well, here's what you need to understand about that. The money, the ARPA funds come into the township's Sigma account with the state of Michigan. That flows directly into the general checking account here. Yet we had to set up a separate fund for the ARPA funds.
And a separate
So the
bank
separate
account.
fund was set up in a different bank. So every time we're going to be writing a check, we get money into the general checking account that's ARPA funds. A physical check has to be written from that account to the new bank, the First Community Bank, which we were already using, but it's just a new account, because that money has to be physically moved over to the bank account where the federal fund exists. And then also, we haven't gotten our checks yet on the new
can't
bank
even
account. We
distribute
can't
them
even
electronically.
write a check right now out of the bank account where the ARPA funds have been deposited. So they've been ordered, but we do not have them yet. And so I agree with not dispersing those funds until we get this contract in place that follows all of the requirements that our attorney thinks need to be there, and follows all of the ARPA requirements.
And if it turns out that his agreement, I think, doesn't follow the ARPA rules, well, then either we have to rescind our resolution, our motion then, or he has to make the changes that make it compliant with the ARPA rules. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm not proposing we take the money away from them. I'm just proposing that we can pass our audit. That's all I'm
Well, I
proposing.
absolutely agree with that.
And the resolution does not take into account, resolution 2114 does not take into account any of the things that you reiterated.
Mm-mm.
It clearly states that after 30 days,
He
after
gets it.
receipt of the funds.
I
we're to
know
pay
it says
over.
that, but you have to be able to physically do it too.
So
So
all I said was
yeah.
that we're in violation of our own
we
resolution.
haven't had any calls from Tim Malone. I can tell you that.
So
Tim Malone.
is there a
isn't worried
motion out
about it.
there?
No,
I'll
So-
make a motion to forward the proposed Cherry Capel connection contract for broadband to the Township Attorney's Office for review.
No.
What's wrong with that?
We have to suspend resolution 2114.
Well, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay,
We don't have to act on resolution. We can agree by consensus. The only thing we haven't done is disperse the money. We have not had any calls from Tim Malone. If we place a call to Tim Malone and tell him, hey, these rules have come up. And we have to, there's some other things we have to comply with. We need to make sure you're complying with them. So we can legitimately and correctly disperse these funds. Tim Malone isn't going to have a problem with that. He doesn't want to, he's going through this with other townships as well. He's been all over looking for funds from townships, ARPA funds from townships. So he already probably knows about this. So I think the contract just has to be sent to the attorney's office. In fact, I think I already agreed to do it and haven't done it back when we did the resolution. And I think that just needs to be reviewed by the attorney and to make sure it's in compliance. So I'll say to the Township Attorney's Office for review to make sure it is in compliance with all ARPA rules.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Balmuth,
No.
Goss, yes. Okay, so what's the next step?
New business number 6.
Well, what's the next step on the, then we can go ahead and disperse the funds?
That's what the resolution says. I have tried to protect the township.
Okay, and I told you that I agree with not dispersing the funds. The board can just have that be a board consensus that we agree with not dispersing the funds until the township attorney has reviewed the contract.
And the proper way to do that is to suspend the resolution.
I've never heard of suspending a
Look
resolution.
it up.
Never have.
Look it up.
Well, maybe you should have provided it in the packet.
I can't, I
Anyway.
don't know what you know and what you don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, but if you're going to advance a position, then you would want to provide the basis for advancing that position.
No, that's your thought.
So new business
I've never
number
heard of it,
6.
so.
Yep. Unless somebody else has got another motion.
Well, I do think we need to take, well, did we already decide this? Yeah, we did, when we're going to designate someone to be responsible for completing reports. I think we already spoke to that.
What reports?
Audit report.
The ARPA reports that are due, the ARPA report that's due April 22nd.
Who's responsible for it?
Well,
We have to
Heidi
designate someone.
No, Heidi is
Making
going to
phone
do the
calls.
research.
Oh, that's right. Heidi's
calls.
making phone
Yeah.
calls. Yep. Okay, good. We,
So-
I thought we
I
dealt
think
with
the
that.
consensus was is that we didn't feel that any of us was qualified to fill
Right.
out those audit reports.
Right. And my point is we already dealt, I had that as a discussion thing to bring up for discussion, but we've already dealt with it.
So I will make the motion to suspend resolution 2114 until such time compliance with U.S. Treasury rules can be determined.
Motion to suspend resolution
Says written in the
22.
packet.
Well, I don't have that in here, so you'll have to say it again.
Well, you typed it out here.
I know, but I've erased it because we made a different motion, so I took it out.
I see.
Motion to suspend resolution what?
2114 until
Okay.
such time compliance with U.S. Treasury rules can be determined. Got it?
Yep.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Well, my discussion is that I've never heard of this procedure of suspending a resolution. I would have to research that before I could agree to it. And so I'm going to vote no. However, I'm also not going to send a check to Tim Malone.
Forever. Motion made
now.
and second. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Vomit,
Yes.
Goss, no Bennett,
No.
Pop.
Yes. Now we can go to new business 6. I'll make a motion to delay the acceptance of MMFLA and MRTMA MERTMA applications until 4/9/2021. And again, that motion is made because the subcommittee still has not met all of the rules and all of.
Is
the
there a
reasons.
second? We need a
I'll
second before we
second it.
start
I'm
discussion.
Thank you. You're right.
Did you second it,
I
Heidi?
seconded too.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
So you're not gonna finish your sentence there? Okay.
Board members know that we haven't met, that the subcommittee hasn't met. Everything that Cheryl noted previously on our last delay, all of those deficiencies still exist.
Okay.
Goss, yes, Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Vomit,
Yes.
I'll make the first of 2 motions. Motion to amend the salary wage schedule 2021, 2022, adding an hourly rate for the additional activities compensation program.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. This is a program first floated last month, actually a few months ago. And so we wanted a little more developed idea at that time. And so here is the development of that idea.
well, I don't have a problem with the $18 an hour rate being added to the, but I do have a problem with some of the way it's going to be implemented.
Such as,
Well, we're not to that motion yet.
no.
Any questions on the $18 an hour? Do you want to put both motions out and discuss them, or do you want to
I
just
think we
do?
should discuss them one at a time.
Okay.
Vote on them one at a
Where
time.
did you come up with the hourly rate? How did you determine that?
It was right off of the handy person wage. Already on the,
We'd
Our
never
wage
get it.
schedule? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So it's not like other people are paying for these additional, just went with what we had.
so the handy person job requires a fair amount of finesse and understanding about what they're doing, right? Just as these committee members also have to have a certain amount of expertise in what they're doing.
And so I'm gonna ask a question for instance. We've got listed here, planning commission. If they break out into subcommittees and they're doing work outside the meeting, are we talking about those hours being paid for? Can you give me an example of what you're talking about for that then, so I
Sure.
fully understand?
Sure. So let's say Park and Recs has a plan to go out and rake the playground. They would be paid for that. So if the planning commission had a field trip that they wanted to go on, they would be eligible for payment for that. Let's see, what other boards did we say?
For what period of time?
Well, that would be determined on a per cases basis, right? And I think my original plan indicated that the department head would get a purchase order in advance for these expenses. And I think that idea was kind of nixed. At least that was my understanding. That once the department head approves it, then so be it. Now, if it's a department head asking for the additional compensation, I still think that's got to follow our financial guidance from the township policy and procedure manual, meaning the board or you or I, Cheryl, have to approve that expense.
Well, I think for budget reasons, that has to happen because the chairpersons of the committees have no idea what the status of the budget is. So they shouldn't be approving things. They don't have the authority to approve things, to approve expenditures.
Which is something I think we ought to address, quite honestly.
So they can't even order a pencil?
Nope.
No. No, they have to get. a
Chief
purchase
doesn't even
order.
have a credit card. He can't order a box of pens without a purchase order.
He basically
Not to
says,
drag you into
Cheryl,
it,
I
Chief.
need a box of pens, and she takes care of it.
We need some envelopes, by the way,
Chief
letterhead envelopes.
has a very good system for getting his purchases done.
Mm.
Envelopes for letterhead.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I want to go to colored letterhead, so I've delayed ordering that, but anyways, so I guess, so what we would be approving here would be an hourly wage. Really, my question went to, okay, you're gonna go on a 3-hour one-way field trip. Do they get paid for all the car riding time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
so
So-
we would follow current employee guidelines from the state. I don't think we have to follow the federal guidelines. I think we have to follow the state. And so if we were to hire a firefighter to go down and pick up Chief's new truck, we would pay that firefighter from Williamsburg down to Gorno Ford, all the way back to Williamsburg.
Well, the chief, what would happen there is there wouldn't be any state thing we'd be following.
Employment rules, sure.
The
posters.
chief would simply be having the employee put on their time card, on their time sheet, that they left at 7 AM and got back at 5 PM. And that would be probably training wages or something like that, or maybe it would be incident wages, I don't know. But whatever it was, but so the timesheet, what I'm getting at is the timesheet would be filled out for that time.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I think we need to follow the existing policy and procedure for anybody. And this is under motion number 2, so I'm hesitant to discuss it. But all of that employee documentation has to be provided to you. And that then gives us the right to critique it. You know, gee, it took you 21 hours to go to, you know, the copy shop. That seems like a little long. So on motion number 1, is $18 an hour fair? Think we can find somebody to do it for $18 an hour?
So when the ZBA people go do their site plans, if they turn in the timesheet, they'll be paid the $18 an hour by whatever time, because that's them spending their time outside of meetings.
but that's part of being on the ZBA.
That is part of being on the
Is going to
ZBA.
the site. You
So,
can't be on the ZBA unless you're agreeing to go to the site.
right.
I think Ron is talking about field trips out of the area, that type of thing, or maybe some extra computer work or something like that.
Let's say training, for example, okay?
Sure.
We've got lots of new members on the planning commission. So should we not pay for their training? I think we should.
Maybe we need to define this a little better.
And I don't mind paying the planning commission for the time they spend in training, but like you said, it needs to be approved ahead of time. And, you know, are they doing, for instance, a 2-hour webinar online, so there's no mileage involved? Or are they going to drive to Lansing for interest? Because certainly we're going to pay for the training already. There's going to be a cost for the training. We're going to pay with that, for that. But then I get it. They would be paid per hour to travel directly to the training, whatever the direct route is, and the direct route back and the time they spend in training. I don't have we don't have planning commission members taking advantage of training.
Which is a problem that we need to
It is a
discuss.
problem.
Yeah.
And so, but then, and then of course, they would be entitled to mileage as well for using their personal vehicle or whatever. But I do think those things have to be approved in advance, so that we know that that expense is coming, because one thing, you know, we're supposed to do is make sure that the funds are there to pay for the expense. So, not like we've ever really run into that issue, but
So the Historical Society, they only pay the secretary.
so for instance, if you sent Lois to some training, if Lois went to some training somewhere, she would get paid, or no, she would get paid her hourly rate, because hourly rate, right?
Mhm.
Normally for that,
Mhm.
not this wouldn't be, because
No.
that's within her duties.
Exactly, as
Right,
deputy
okay.
clerk.
We're
right?
just deputy treasurer, yeah,
Or,
so
I'm sorry,
we're,
deputy treasurer, sorry.
we're, yeah, I guess I see some issues maybe
I
with,
think
but-
Heidi's right. Definition of additional activities could use some work. And we're gonna talk about that in the next section, right?
Sure.
Next motion.
Yeah. So how's the $18 an hour?
That's fine with me.
Heidi?
It's fine with me, but I look at all these committees and the Historical Society, you don't pay anybody to help them? So the pot person gets some money, the Parks and Recs people get money, but if you go work for the Historical Society, the only person gets paid there is the lady making the copies.
Well, when the Historical Society has some members and can actually start meeting again,
Okay.
their members need to be paid
But
for attending
if we're
meetings.
going through this process, it shouldn't matter whether we don't have, it really shouldn't matter who's on the committee right now. It should be an overall, okay, this person's gonna get paid, this person's gonna get paid, this person's gonna get paid. You can't leave people off the list just because you don't have them there.
No, I agree
don't
with you,
think
Heidi,
anybody's
but I
being
think
left off
what
the
we
list.
probably should do is make a note of this, because in our
Revamp
budget
the whole
meeting,
thing.
well, in our budget meetings, we're gonna be going over this. So we
Yeah.
could address it then.
Yeah, we could.
So Heidi, because I didn't specifically call out the Historical Society in what, paragraph 2 or 3,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe I'm omitting them?
Well, I just looked at the whole sample and I went down and went, okay, almost everybody we're paying, there's something on the left side of the page, except when you get to that committee. Let's see.
Oh,
Parks,
so you were
Rec,
looking at
zoning.
the wage and salary schedule,
Mhm.
not necessarily this
Mm-mm.
proposal.
Correct.
Okay, because I was gonna try and help.
And I get what you're saying, Bella, but let's just get one thing completely done and not have to go backwards. Okay.
So how do you think?
Unfortunately, Heidi, things change all the time, so you
I
always end up
understand that.
revisiting things.
Yeah, but this is just a pay scale, so everybody that we should be paying should basically maybe.
You know,
be
we
in this
started a
report.
few years ago really getting caught up on this pay
Yeah,
scale stuff
We
and,
did.
and bringing the wages up
I
and
understand
making
that.
things more
I just want to
inclusive.
make sure we don't
But
leave
it has
anybody out.
been, no, I get that, but it's been so many years since we've had anybody else on the Historical Society other
And I'm
than
just
the,
using them as an example because there's nobody there.
Okay.
Even ambulance personnel, it just says paid by mobile medical response, because we don't have to pay them.
right?
So how's the $18 an hour?
I'm fine with 18.
Cheryl?
Yeah, ready to vote on this.
So we'll call for a vote then
Go.
on motion number 1.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Ballmuth.
Yes.
And Bennett.
Yes.
So motion number 2, I will make. Motion to amend section 3.4 of the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual, adding the words and then as described there. Can I get a second for discussion?
I'll
purposes?
second it for discussion purposes.
Okay, moving back to Heidi's concern that I left or that we might be leaving someone off. Any non-salary board or commission member who accepts additional occasional duties assigned by the body is eligible to request compensation. So Cheryl, you used Lois as an example. If the board asked Lois to do something, not the deputy treasurer or not the treasurer, then Lois would be eligible for this, right?
I guess it depends on what she's being asked to do, because quite a few things she's already covered under. Not that I don't want to give Lois all the
Right.
compensation she deserves, that's not it.
Right.
But she's already gets paid for quite a few duties.
Sure, yeah, and rightfully so. Thank you for those extra duties.
But what about if you send her to conference for educational training?
If it was for treasurer stuff,
Yeah.
then that's your budget.
Okay.
Right? If we send her to
Zoom class.
fireman school, I don't
That's our
know,
budget.
fire person school. Sure, yeah, that would be a board function. No, sure.
No, you're right,
I-
Lois. That's why.
That's reasonable, right?
Maybe we could
Well,
have defined. under-
But say that again, Lois. Recording secretary is already covered in our salary wage schedule.
But if
Correct.
she went-
Training.
Went for
Training
training,
for that, training for that.
right?
Okay, would be paid for it out of what budget? We
Well,
don't have one for recording.
yeah.
I mean, recording secretary for
Board
which
budget.
body? I mean, she's the recording secretary for several bodies.
Right, but
Yeah.
if it was for the board, it would come out of our budget, the board's
Okay,
budget.
all right, okay.
And if the request was made for prac, do you do
It'd come out of
prac?
their budget.
So whoever requests would come out of their budget. And maybe in this particular scenario, maybe it's a shared expense from multiple budgets, right? Because as you point out, she does do recording secretary duties for multiple boards.
Right,
So that seems like a reasonable designation of funds.
right.
So Heidi, does that first sentence address
Pretty
your
much.
concern about leaving somebody out of this
Well, then if you
availability?
go up to board of review, there's just board of review, so it doesn't list any members. So are you just paying one person $50 a meeting or $15 an hour?
No, I believe that the graded wage scale that you're referring to calls out the body
And
And
the
then
members
a
are
per-
getting 15, okay.
per meeting rate. And I think the Board of Review is now at $70, if I remember correctly.
I don't
And
remember.
that's per meeting. Now, we do have at the Board of Review, some meetings that go 6 hours. So,
What do you do after
The
2
March
hours
Board
at
of Review is
70?
paid at an hourly rate.
when we
The rest
got,
of them are paid at a meeting rate.
when
per
we got,
meeting.
when we got here, the previous board had already recognized that, you know, some hourly rate might need to be attached to those 6-hour-long meetings.
Well, I just wondered if you wanted to up their 15 to 18 because you're paying the compensation program is $18 an hour, but you're only paying the board of review members 15.
Well, and that's a budget issue.
and that-
for-
Okay,
for
I'll bring
budget
it all up
time.
in budget.
Yeah.
then, No
Yeah,
problem.
that's- There's
Yep.
several things. Planning commission wages need to go up. ZBA wages need to go up. Parks and Rec Committee wages need to go up. Those have not been addressed in several years.
You know.
So those all need to go
So
up.
we'll go back, we'll bring
Acme
that up. at
Township, I was
budget time.
surprised that their trustees get like $500 a meeting.
Oh, they've been getting that for years. Years.
They are-
And
10
we
years
did
ago.
give,
Whitewater
we did
Township,
give
you know.
raises
They
to
are.
the.
But,
Otherwise,
I
and
mean,
people are-
You know, I often
We
feel
did,
like
We did.
I get left behind on wages, right?
Mhm.
And so we're kind of all that way. We're at 50, 60.
Well, the board only gets an increase every 4 years.
Well, I
Look at
understand,
this dude.
Right.
but that is up to us
13.
too.
Yep.
So.
Well, after all the crap we took the last time, not sure I'm up for looking at that.
So,
Anyways,
motion number 2,
okay, so I have some things about that motion,
okay?
or about the proposed language, I guess.
Mhm.
First of all, I don't believe that the first paragraph, Township Board recognizing the demands, blah, 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 wishes to create a compensation method, I don't think that needs to be included in section 3.4. I think you just include the thing, the paragraph below that. But, okay, so one of my first issues is what line items are these expenditures going to be tracked in? So for instance, right now, you have, you know, the planning commission is getting paid out of 703 wages? They're getting paid, no, you're getting paid out of 703. They're getting paid out of 702.
Right.
Okay, so is this additional compensation going to come out of the 702 line items?
No, it would come out of 703 for each, because each board might have, to my knowledge, 703 is where independent wages come out of. That's where the recording secretary is paid for. All of that is paid out of wages.
Well, yeah, the recording
within each-
secretary for the planning commission is
within
paid out
each
of
department.
703.
Yeah.
The same thing for ZBA, the same thing now in the township board, 703 is newsletter expense. And
Which it shouldn't be, because we have a line item for newsletter.
no, but
so-
we have to, because Lois gets paid wages Wages have to come out of a wage line item so that the taxes are taken out.
Oh, I see your point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yes, we have newsletter expense for paper, labels, ink, blah, blah, blah.
Gotcha,
That
gotcha.
comes out of the newsletter expense, but the wages have to come out of 703.
So, and
Okay.
that's my thought here is that this is a labor item, so it needs to come out of the wage, the already set aside 703 wage categories.
Okay, so these wages need to come out of 703. Okay, all right, so I get that. That was my first question. Also, I think to clarify it, you really need to say in line 1, board, commission, or committee member, because we have the Parks and Rec Committee. They're not a board and they're not a commission. Board covers zoning board of appeals, it covers board of review, commission covers the planning commission, but we don't have committee in there. So I think we need to have board, commission, or committee. Also in line 3, the same thing, board, commission, or committee.
So you're saying like in the third line of the second paragraph where it says board or commission, just include committee in that.
Board, comma, commission, or committee.
Sure. Mhm.
Okay. And I have a problem with the request being approved by chairpersons. I think they just need to come to the supervisor and or the clerk. I don't think that really chairpersons should be approving wages. I think they just, if they want to come, the requests want to come through the chairperson to the supervisor or clerk, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't see chairpersons
have some kind of chain
approving
of
wages. That's a board function.
So this was in direct response to the last conversation, which I watched via recording. And so I thought it very odd that the board would give up that, but that was my interpretation of the recording. And so that was put in here specifically to address, I believe it was your comment.
Yeah, if whatever comment I made that sounded like I meant that, I didn't.
Now, what I would think is that we have to have it approved by the chair first before it comes to you or I.
Why?
Because, for example, let's say a new planning commission member has been asking for a new widget or this training, but the planning commission chairperson doesn't feel that is a priority right now or that a person is eligible for it. So that takes the onus off of you and I to determine whether or not somebody should be taking this training. It puts it
More
on.
than that, though, Ron, I think if a chairperson, if it's run through the chairperson, then they know what kind of training their members are getting more than, I don't think it's appropriate for you to have this.
Sure.
training.
Yeah,
There's
Which
that.
Any training they should always have. So I think the scenario of, now I know this member and this member and this member has got the training, but this one and this one don't.
Yeah.
Is an important function of the chairperson.
well, maybe it's a
Chain of command.
review then
Yeah.
or something, but I don't think, I mean,
is
final
chain of
approval
command.
certainly rests with the board member.
And I
You know,
totally agree with that.
And so if it is going to be some training, for instance, I'm going to want, some accompanying documentation of exactly what this training is, where it's going to be held.
No,
Uh,
none of that's required.
yes, it
no.
is. No, I want to know, so I can put it in the,
Purchase
so
order.
we have something that can be attached to their timesheet that can show they went to a webinar on something or other. I mean, we do need to know
You have to
what
document
the
what- why
training
the money's
is.
being
I-
When we go to training, when I go to training, I document it on a PO that I am going to this and such training about, one of the last ones I went to was about the tax collection process, what every board member needs to know about tax collection. Okay, I've never been to one of those. And so I'm putting right on the PO. So I'm going to need that, in other words, for the PO to pay for the training itself. Okay,
I don't think
so
it's-
that's not unrealistic
Mm-mm.
to ask for that information. Otherwise, we're going to have no description for the PO of what exact training they're going to.
And-
you
and-
know.
and I don't
So
think
can
anybody's
you
gonna have a problem
provide
with that.
that PO for us to look at? I want to see just how exact your tax collection training.
Yeah,
purchase order
webinar,
was.
what every board needs to know about
So
tax
let's-
collection.
Let's bring it out. Let's get that purchase order out and let's take a look.
Well,
at it.
I'm not gonna find it right now. Teresa isn't here to look it up for me. Okay, but I'm just telling you, you're talking about wages, but I'm also talking about signing them up for the class. For instance,
You wouldn't be
you-
doing any of that. That's
Who-
How
all,
does it get
who
paid
wouldn't?
for?
you wouldn't be. They're gonna sign up themselves.
And pay themselves?
Back? Don't they expense it back to you?
they can, but
Most
then
of them
they've
want us to
got
pay
their
for it
money
with
involved.
Township credit card.
Okay,
Then
do
they
they
show
want
up.
to get their money involved? The only way they're gonna not get, to have them not get their money involved is they get signed up with the township credit card. I'm not handing out the township
I
credit
don't
card
see,
to,
I honestly don't see what the big deal is. You turn in a form saying, I want
That's
to go to
right.
this training
right.
on this day, and this is what the training is. How is that? a
Don't you
big deal?
normally do that with the chair, though? When your firefighters need training, do they call Cheryl? Seriously, do they call Cheryl? Thank you very much.
No, because Brandon takes care of all
So
of
why
that.
isn't the chair taking
And
care of their
Brandon
members?
goes to training too, and he documents in his email
know how it
what the
works, Cheryl.
training is for. Do you not, chief? Yes.
Yeah, and
It's
probably on
always
his PO,
documented,
too.
his recent renewal of his
Cheryl, I did this
advanced
all my
cardiac
life.
life
I
support
get it.
certification.
Why isn't the chair, if the people don't want, when my guys would come to me and go, I gotta go to training. Okay, where are you going? It was my responsibility to take care of whatever they needed.
I think that's what she's saying. I think you guys are misinterpreting it. If the chair turns in.
No,
I've
she's
got 5
saying you
members
gotta call
going to this
Cheryl.
Training. No, she's not. She's saying the chair has to turn this information in.
Exactly. The chair
That's all
should be
she's
doing
saying.
anything.
I think it's getting,
Well,
Okay.
Cheryl indicated that she's going to sign them up for this training.
a lot of them will
But-
say, sign us up for this,
No,
Ron.
well, yeah, that's
And-
fine. Go ahead, Ron, finish.
A
He's
lot of them
right.
will say,
Finish.
we want to go to this, here's the members going, and they expect her to do the registration and sign them up.
And I'm telling you, she's got a plate full of things to do. The last thing I want to do is have her
Ordering up the,
completing an application form. So Board of Review, for example, I fill out the application. So you've got where we're going,
Mhm.
how much it is,
Mhm.
and I provide her an electronic image, all completed with the names and the dates, and that's what she assigns to the purchase order. I'm all for that.
And then we write the check and mail it out because we have the documentation
Sure.
of exactly what we're paying for. So let me
Great.
just tell you this, a lot of MTA training, we all get the forms to sign up for this conference or this thing or whatever, you've got an email. So all I'm saying is, if they want to sign up for it, there's a bill me choice on there too for MTA stuff. But I'm just saying that form, that is going to be the supporting documentation
Of course.
for the purchase order. So it's not whether I sign them up
she
or they
misspoke.
sign
She used the wrong
themselves
kind of
up,
verbiage.
we have to have the form with their names, name or names on it, with the price, what the name of the training is in order to issue the PO. That's all I'm saying.
Totally agree, but I
Yeah.
don't want you to have to fill that form out.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
not
want
gonna fill
Cheryl
the
doing
form
it.
out.
That,
I'm not gonna fill the form out.
So-
Why would I fill the form out? I don't know what no, there was never any suggestion that
That's why I said
I
I
would
think
fill
there's
the form
misunderstanding.
out. No,
Well,
what
you
Della
that's
and
pretty much
Lois,
what came
excuse me,
across
Heidi,
the
I'm
table
talking.
here.
What Della and Lois have done, for instance, when they want to go to the MTA annual conference, is they take the two forms, okay, one for each of them. They fill that out, they give them to me, I issue the purchase order, and then I just go onto the MTA website and click, okay, they're going to this, they're each going to this, and give them the credit card number. Or else tell them, bill me. We've done that too, but we need the
that's your
documentation.
department. How you make the payment is is your department, your choice.
That's right, exactly. So I never said I was gonna
So-
fill out their paperwork.
That's
No.
what that's
No,
what
no,
I
no,
heard.
no, that was not
That's
what I
heard
said.
too.
Their paperwork needs to come filled out, so I know what are they requesting? What are they signing up for? Is it 3 people signing up for the same thing? 2 people? 1? What is it? That's their paperwork. Just like anybody else who
So-
asked for a PO.
Coming back to, I'm not even sure how we got there, to be quite honest with you. So,
I wasn't done going through my issues with the language.
Okay.
Here, okay?
the last one I have that you noted was that board still has final approval.
Well, I know where we got sidetracked, and that's because I said in line 3,
Let's not go down there again.
excuse me, I'm just bringing
where it
us
was.
very briefly back to where we were, okay? So line 3, the request must be pre-approved. And I'm thinking the request must be prepared by board, commission, or committee chairperson. Okay. And submitted to the supervisor or clerk. Okay. Because you've got it being approved. To me, if a planning commission member says, I want to go to this training, it's not up to the planning commission chairperson to approve it, say yes or no. If we've got an employee, appointed person or whatever, and they want to go to some training that's applicable to the planning commission, the chair shouldn't have anything to say about it. They just
If it's
turn in their
budget, they
paperwork to
should
the
be able to
chair,
go.
and the chair turns it into the supervisor or clerk. Okay, we shouldn't be denying educational opportunity. I don't want the chairpersons to say, oh, no, you don't need to. No, they can just,
Nobody should be doing that.
right, exactly. Okay, so in line 3, it should say the request must be prepared by the board, commission, or committee chairperson and submitted to the supervisor and or clerk. And you could even say a request for training. See, because
This
for
is- this-
training and or wages.
Yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't pertain to just training. We did kind of get a very funneled look at training.
Right.
And that
Okay,
served
yeah, I
its
get it.
purpose.
Okay, I get it. There was
But-
some other things we talked
Yeah,
about.
this really needs to remain kind of broad to allow for Park and Recs committee people to get compensated for their Saturday work fees, right?
Well, they don't do them anymore, but
Well, in
but
part probably
whatever.
because nobody's got the time to do free work.
well, some of them aren't gonna do it even if it was paid.
Sure. I
Fran
get that.
Butler's not gonna be out at the park wielding a shovel, for instance.
No, but she could be serving
Okay,
everybody
so
water.
wage requests shall be submitted in accordance, so that's fine, on an approved timesheet, okay? And then the rate of compensation shall be published annually. I think it's just rate of, we know it's going to be in there. We've already approved it to be in here. Rate of compensation shall be set annually. I think you would want to say, because that leaves it open to, it can change each year.
So change the word published to set.
Yeah, I think you just say rate
Okay.
of compensation shall be set annually in the salary wage schedule. And the last sentence, I mean, I guess it's harmless, you know.
Okay, so I have delete the first paragraph.
Yeah, I don't think that needs to be in the policy manual
Sure.
itself.
No problem. Expenses come out of 703.
Wages come out of 703.
Yeah.
Expenses come out of education and training or mileage.
I understand. So
Yeah.
wages, yeah. The expense of wages come out of 703.
Mhm.
Final approval of expenditure remains at the board. And that should really be changed to supervisor or clerk, right? Because we're the
Yeah,
employee.
yeah.
Okay, so I'll change that.
So you're taking out must be pre-approved by board or commission chairperson. Because,
I'm changing, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I think I'm still gonna leave the, I don't know.
It's supposed to say prepared by.
Yeah,
board
so
or
it should
or
be
committee
prepared by,
chairperson.
and so, you know, I'm still looking to keep the board chair in the loop, right? As I don't want a fire person or, I want the chain of command protected. That's what I'm looking to do here. And even
Yeah.
though there isn't much of a chain of command,
Still
we
make
need to have some rules to follow, but let's get it to the next stage.
yeah, let's
what it looks
bring it
like.
back next
Yeah,
month
yeah,
with some
I'm
changes and see where
totally
we're
fine
at.
with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then let's see, line that all took place in line 3, and then I'm going to replace the word published with set. Sound about right?
yeah. And I guess, I mean, you know, I just have to say, the chairs of any of the boards, commissions, or committees don't have any authority over the other members of the committee. They really don't. I mean, if a planning commission member came to me and said they wanted to sign up for a certain thing, a certain training or something, I'd look at it, see if it related to the planning commission, and I'd approve it, and they'd be signed up.
And
I
all I'm
don't think
saying
it
is-
has to go through, I
is-
just don't see, because they have no supervisory authority over the other members.
And it's, I look at it from a different point of view, not supervisory, but merely being included in the informational loop. We've got so many small factions currently operating in the township that
Yeah.
this is what you get.
It's, well, as long as it's just for informational purposes, to the chair people. I mean, I've, you know, many times I have, you know, I get lots of educational opportunities that come through my email. And, so I'll throw them out there to the Parks and Rec Committee and say, hey, does anybody want to go to this?
Right.
You know, the township will pay for it. Now, we didn't have a way prior to this to compensate them if they had to travel somewhere other than for mileage, you know, for the time and stuff like that. But, you know.
And I think this is all just trying to help get those people reinterested in the boards and commissions or maintain their interest.
Yeah,
Might even get them to take more training.
Might even. Okay, so I'll bring that back next month with a few more refinements. So motion 2 is withdrawn at this point. Is that how we would handle that? Or do you want
I
to
think you
approve it
would
with the
rescind your
change?
motion for this meeting.
Okay.
And
So
then I'll rescind my second.
all the bookkeeping taken care of there?
Yep.
Okay, moving on to new business number 8. Township Hall ARPA meetings from 01/13/2022. New rules just released. I do apologize. I think that I had several ideas on that particular agenda line happening. And I think some of them should have been deleted. But really, this board's been talking about getting a township hall type meeting, some input together about, I'm sorry. Oh, there is no motion here.
Right.
Let's schedule.
Well, one wasn't provided, so,
Right.
I mean,
Let's schedule the township hall type meetings.
Well, I was gonna say, one of the suggestions that happened in the township shared plan for the ARPA dollars,
Uh-huh.
one of the townships, Eureka Charter Township,
Yep.
they sent invitations to every taxpayer to come to their regular meeting, and had a place on the agenda where everyone could offer their suggestions and send suggestions by mail, email, or, you know, be able to participate by Zoom. And some of the ideas these people came up with, I hadn't even thought about. And they did it by starting with and maybe this is part of the Rubik's idea, is you start with invite them in. We're gonna just talk about what do we do with this money and tell them what the money is in the letter you're sending out and say, come tell us what you want us to do with this money.
So you
Come with
wanna
your
have your
ideas.
March- wanna have
Nothing's
your-
written in stone. This is, where the board starts their ideas. And that town hall meeting would be further down in the Rubik's, Ron. When we narrow down what it is we think would be appropriate, then we bring them back in.
Yeah, I wasn't
So you wanna
grimacing
have-
at your idea. I am late.
I got it.
Yeah,
How about this one? Change the March meeting to 7 o'clock at night, and then you can invite all the people, but I don't know how you're inviting them at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, if it's a special
I don't see any
meeting,
of this happening until we get done with budget.
well,
I don't
if it's a
either.
special
March,
meeting, we
nothing
can
in
set
March.
anytime we
We've already
want.
done
It
I
doesn't
get
have to
that.
be at a regular meeting.
But keep an eye, remember that most people work, so.
yeah. So this comes from, again, reviewing the recordings of several different meetings, okay? First, I'm hearing about a regular meeting. I want to stay away from that at all.
I just. read
Yeah,
it, so you did
absolutely.
fine.
And I understand that, yep. So I want to make sure that I heard and understood the board correctly, that this should be its own meeting, right? There should be no other business items.
I think it should be its own meeting, just like we did with the fire and ambulance over at the school
Yep,
type thing.
But I'm not sure we need to go to the school yet.
oh, yeah,
That's my thought.
Well,
We
the
educate them
school
to-
doesn't really want a lot of people at the school with all the COVID and all that kind of stuff. So we can ask, but I am very leery of whether we're going to get the school or not.
already did ask, a non-issue.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I guess my thought is we start with notifying everybody, hey, we're getting this money. And we'd like to know what our citizens would like us to do with it, within what ARPA says we can do with it. Okay, so we don't, so they know what the scope is, where it is they can go. And then invite them to a general meeting here at the township. Let them know, you can write in your answers, you can participate on Zoom, through the public comment section. You can email us. And then we take all this information and put it together and we use it for this Rubik's you want to do to narrow down what it is that people think.
I'm 100% supportive of what you have to say, except for the venue. If we send out 2,500 invites and we have 100 people show up, oh, you should have planned better. Yep, I'd much rather have a big, warm, cozy room with 10 people in it. than
All
a
6 feet
small,
apart.
cozy room with 100 people trying to get
Exactly.
in out of the rain.
That's why you
But
wait
that's
till
my
maybe
only thought for
push it out
moving.
till May and then everybody's back. I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's my only thought for a venue change. Is that it might look poorly upon us if we didn't plan for 100 people. And I honestly think that's a realistic number.
You don't know what's gonna
You'd
happen.
have to put out some kind of bare bones information that would say the township got X amount of dollars.
Yep.
And these are the categories, which
Yep.
they're very limited, categories that we can use the money for. And so you give people ahead of time, so they didn't come in with anything crazy,
Right.
because, okay, we can't use the money for that,
Although the latest rules just about wiped all of those out for those of us who received less than $10 million.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah,
it's
that's
very-
true,
It says right
but
in the documentation is now made it very broad.
Yeah.
But hey, we've got so many rules.
But
for
because I can
reporting.
tell you, you're gonna have some people come in and they're gonna say, because they've already got internet, well, I don't want the money spent on broadband,
Yeah.
because they've
absolutely.
already got
Yeah,
internet.
absolutely.
And so
So how
those-
about don't come in and tell me what you don't want. Tell me what you do want. I want a walking path.
Don't come in unless you're happy.
No, that's not what I said.
No, that's what I said.
Okay, well, we're not putting that in the. They can come in grumpy if they want, I don't care.
This is gonna require quite a bit of pre-planning to make sure that, you know, we have a room, that we have a sound system that's working, that we have tables over there for the board and Lois. And, you know, they have the chairs set up, stuff like that, and that the public has information
So in
ahead of
this,
time.
in the spirit of this agenda item, can we agree that directly after budget, we get a work session together to come up with this postcard or this mailing?
Mhm.
So my thought is that we come up with some type of date and we just set that work session.
Well, don't forget, we also have the spring newsletter. Whatever we send out individually, we can also
And,
repost in there.
and maybe this gets incorporated into, maybe the spring newsletter goes out a little early, right?
Yeah,
There'd be
and it also
nothing,
goes to every household, so.
there'd be nothing wrong with
Put a
that.
save a date in there.
But I'm talking about,
Sure.
I'm talking about, let's get a work session together with this group of people to determine what's the best way to notify, when,
How,
how,
why?
and what questions or what statements we put on there.
Heidi just made a good point. She said with a save the date. That's how people know how many is coming to a wedding. It'd be nice to know how many,
Yeah,
you know, say they're going to
exactly,
attend.
because what you're gonna run into right now is, do you do it in April? Probably not spring break. Do you do it in May? Everybody's just coming back. So you're gonna have to do it sometime between May and June, because if you get into, when do we have the tent out there? September? We only got like 8, 9, 10 people. So you have to figure out when the most of your greater good is gonna be here. Almost like planning a wedding. Figure out when everybody can get off work.
Well, I was referring to them letting us know they plan to attend. Even if they don't, we get some idea.
Like an RSVP.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the save the date thing she was talking about.
just call, have a number and just call.
Yeah, or email, or send us.
Some of these people
We'll
don't
piece back
have
in,
email,
or-
Della.
Sure.
Oh, well,
So-
okay, well,
Well,
drop
I
it
would
in one of
say
the
we
boxes.
would get a work
Exactly,
session
drop it in the
sometime in
mailbox.
April.
Yeah.
And maybe plan it for May or something like that. It really, and you know, you say after budget. For me, it needs to be after the May 3rd election.
Oh,
Then do
Yeah,
it that way,
because
then
I'm gonna
we
be
have the
busy
new
with
trustee
that
and we're
stuff.
good to go.
I think it needs to be after the May 3rd election.
So-
Not the work session,
okay,
but the town hall
Okay,
meeting.
all right.
Is what I'm saying.
All right.
You're gonna need a good month to plan it. I mean, by the time you
Not
know,
more.
Right.
and, you know, get dates that are available at the
Could we
school, and they
tack
have a
it
lot of
on?
things,
Can
extra
we
things
tack
going on in
the meeting
May.
on at the end of our last budget meeting? That's like
I don't know.
the general fund? No, you don't want to do that?
No.
Okay, figure it out then.
so April 5th is a Tuesday. For a work session. And Cheryl, if you had particular duties, you wouldn't have to attend the work session meeting in its entirety, right? I mean,
Send your
when we
ideas
start
ahead of
blocking
time.
out this idea, which we've kind of already done, but we just kind of finalize that maybe it goes out with the spring newsletter. This is some of the things we thought about asking or stating.
Well, 4 or 5, I'll be working on the packet for 4/12. I mean, a Wednesday or Thursday would be better than the Tuesday before a board meeting, when the packet's supposed to go out.
So the 6th would be better. Or the 7th.
I think we just send a tentative thing right now because, so we can look at our calendars, but, so you're proposing 4/6 for a work session meeting?
I proposed 4 or 5.
Well, how long is this meeting gonna last?
Well, if we all come up with our own ideas. All we got to do is get them out.
Well, we'll have to make decisions too, because those will have to be acted on so that the meeting is, so that, the date of the meeting is set and we can get that in the newsletter. And somebody can start coming up with the text of a flyer to get out to the people announcing it and what the purpose
So-
of it is.
4/6 works good for me.
4/6.
I'll send in my reply. I'm working.
You don't have your calendar. Is that the idea, Heidi?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Gotta kind of wait till she puts it out.
And that's why I say maybe this date's a little fluid, but maybe we shoot for that first week of April.
So
I
let's
mean-
bring this back in March. We'll be a little closer then.
Sure.
And we'll have an idea that April 6th is the day. Sound reasonable?
Yeah, we can look at it. Bring it back in March to set the work session date with finality or to
With
set it for
possible
sure.
April 6th is what I'm putting. in the
Right,
notes.
I've got you that you're proposing 4/6. With a township hall meeting tentatively to be scheduled for May.
And at that meeting, Della, can you give us an idea of when the newsletter goes out?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, the newsletter will be well underway by then, but like it's usually gone out. I know sometimes you had the deadline of, you wanted
But
it out
that's
by,
something our Della sets, right?
I know, I'm just saying,
I always try to do it
normally,
at the same time of year because the people know it's coming and
right.
If you
But I
need a
think
photo,
mid-April is
do I
more
get
what
you
it's
a
been
picture, or
than
can you
April
scan?
1st.
you could just forward me it.
Picture?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So as far as March work sessions, Tuesday, the 8th is our board meeting, right?
Yep.
Really about the only day I've got open the first week in March is Monday and Thursday.
The 7th or the 10th?
Yeah. I could probably rework some things on the 11th. Oh,
I'd
wait a
just
minute,
as soon
wait
not
a
being
minute,
on a Friday.
wait a minute. Board of Review is in there.
Well, that's the 14th and the 16th.
Uh,
Well, and you got board of review at 4 o'clock on, but that's on the board day.
I can do the 7th.
Seventh at 9.
Yep.
I guess I can make that work.
I can make Thursday. If you can do Thursday, I can do Thursday.
Well, that's 3 meetings in 1 week.
That's
I
all
don't
right.
know
got
about that.
meetings And I'm working all day.
Is there, it would seem like we should get one in. We have one on the 23rd. Is there any way we can get one in the week that starts February 28th through March 4th.
Through April 4th?
Well, that's, no,
Oh, I'm sorry.
first week of March.
Your business item says March. That's why I went to March. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking about March. I said the first week of March. Because our last, right now, we have, we usually do one a week till we get to the budget public hearing. So we've got, tomorrow, then we've got the 17th, then we've got the 23rd. And then you want to skip to the 7th. Well, that's skipping that whole first week of March.
And again, the only reason I did that is, okay, I see. I get it.
I can do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
Tuesday,
Monday
I'll be
being the
working on the board
28th.
packet.
Meaning the
Thursday, the
28th.
3rd I can do.
Tuesday, the board packet for,
March
Yeah.
1st, I'll be doing the board packet for
Yeah.
the 8th.
right.
The 28th is Monday.
Can anybody else do the 3rd?
I can do the
Thursday, the 3rd?
Not the third Thursday. I can do the third.
That's what I meant, March 3rd.
Can you do March 3rd, Ryan?
I thought we were on the 28th.
We are the 28th, the first.
Well, the 28th
second.
or the
I'm sorry.
3rd, trying to get
I'm
one
sorry.
meeting in that week,
No, I
because
was,
otherwise we're skipping a week.
Thursday, March 3rd. I'm out of town.
Okay, how about Monday, 2/28?
Yep, I'm open.
You're open?
What time?
9 a.m. Okay, so we've got the 28th at 9, then we've got the 7th at 9. We should be done by then. Okay, then I think we should do the budget public hearing the last full week of March which would be something in the like 22nd, 23rd, 24th range, something like that. Because then that third week of March, Ron, you've got Board of Review. Unless we have to, pick something up with the budget, but usually we're done in 5 meetings with everything.
That's what I thought we already scheduled.
But we don't want to wait till the very last week because that's too time crunch.
So you're proposing something between the 21st and the 25th.
Well, I'm actually proposing, 21st through the 24th, not Friday.
Yeah, I'm not going to commit there.
And now you're getting too far out for me.
Well, we
can't do it
we
on the
have to set a
24th.
budget public hearing date today. I have to know when it is, so I can get it noticed in time. We need to know what day the budget public hearing, that's the
We
most
need
important date.
15 days to get it noticed.
I get it, but
We have
What-
got so many work sessions coming up between now and
we
then.
always set the budget
Okay,
public
I'm
hearing
not
date
available.
when we set the March budget work sessions. We
Cheryl,
always have.
I'm not available the 24th of March.
Okay. Right.
So if you're looking at Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, that's the 23rd, 22nd, the 22nd and 23rd, I'm available any of those days.
Right.
Just if you want to make a note of it.
We've always set it this far out.
Well, that means we have to do it that way all the time.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, now is when the calendar is the most open.
I would like to know
So
when all our meetings are so that I can plan around them.
that's just it. We've
mean,
all got
being that
other
we're
things
having
going
so
on. We
many of
all
them.
have other things going on. What I was suggesting, we've got 2/28, that's the first week of March, basically. 3/7, that's the second week of March. Then there's Board of Review it would be difficult to set a budget public hearing in that middle week of March because of Board of Review. And then I don't think we want to wait till the 28th through the 31st, because that's the absolute last day we can adopt a budget and function at 12:01 a.m. on April 1st. We've always done it in that week
A
before
government
the very
shutdown is not
final week.
unheard of.
Well, if you want to deal with the Michigan Department of Treasury on that, they'll make
close
it a
for-
lot harder on you than just a government shutdown.
Just so you know, Cheryl, nobody's been in that building for over 7 months, so I don't know if they know the.
Well,
right
they're
hand
still
is
all
coming.
working. They're
Don't
still
hold
all
your breath.
working. Nobody works in their buildings anymore. But we really should pick a date.
Pick a date.
So I say the 22nd, Tuesday, the 22nd, unless, do you work on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Heidi? So we should pick the Wednesday, the 23rd? Because you've told us previously that you work on Tuesdays and
I'm looking
Thursdays.
at the schedule right now. So you want to do it the week before, huh?
Well, I doubt that Ron does, because he's got 2 6-hour sessions of Board of Review.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
I don't care. I'm gonna be gone after board of review. So no matter what you choose the next 2 weeks after that, I'm not gonna be here.
you're not going to be here for the budget public hearing.
Not if you set it at those dates.
Well, when were you going to tell us this? We've
Uh,
just
really
been
doesn't
talking about
have
it and you
to.
haven't mentioned it till just now.
Well,
What my schedule is
in
none of your
full
business.
disclosure,
Whoa, whoa,
in full
whoa.
disclosure, I'm not going to be here the week of the 14th through the 18th.
So we don't have a full board that week. Everybody knows that budget public hearing has to be adopted in March. The budget has to be adopted before April 1st. So if anybody's making plans for the entire last 2 weeks of March, that's very premature to be doing that when we have this obligation. Yeah, very premature. You know, I want to go on vacation too, but
Then go.
Let go.
But
Nobody's stopping you.
I'm not gonna go make any plans until I know when the budget public hearing is.
Well,
Not gonna
that's-
make any
that's
plans.
Well, I
you.
don't have much of a choice. I'm bringing my mother-in-law back from Florida.
And I get it,
That's gonna be fun.
and I get it, and that's not it, you know, so I
No,
think we
you
need to
need-
pick a date. It shouldn't be that hard.
Well, so far you haven't thrown anything out.
I've thrown out a lot of dates,
Nothing in
21st through the
March.
24th.
So Ron, you're leaving after the week of the 14th.
No,
What day, when is I'm sorry, when's the Board of Review again?
14th and the 16th.
So after the 16th, you're not available, right?
I could be available on that Thursday, the 17th.
But I won't be here. You guys can
Okay.
do it without me.
And you can do it without me too.
And I don't think we should do it without the full board, quite frankly.
Why?
We
because-
won't have a full board.
You don't have a full board now, Cheryl, so what difference does it make? You want a full board, you
And
go
the
to
full
me.
board right now is 4 people, because if one of them's, if you're gone, and then what if somebody gets sick? Then we don't have a quorum and we can't hold it. We should not schedule it for a time when we already know that all
Well, if
4
we-
board members
If we
aren't
do our
available.
jobs right, maybe we can get it done by the week of the 7th.
Never
No.
know.
We won't get
You
it done
can
that
pick
early.
a date or we're gonna
Why?
move on here.
I've already picked dates.
All right, what did you say, Ron? The 17th, the 16th? I'm going for, let's crash. Let's go for like the 7th or 8th of March. Let's get our work done like we're supposed to, not drag it out forever.
Heidi, we've already scheduled the 7th for a work
Oh,
session,
yeah, you
and the
did a work
8th is our
session.
regular board meeting.
Sorry,
Well,
do it in one of those.
Cheryl said something about 21st. Does that work for you?
yeah, I'll be back.
21st work for you, Cheryl?
I can make it work. I have a lot to do on the budget, you know, but if I have that week before that we have everything finalized on the 7th, then I can get everything entered. Because I have all the resolutions to do, and all that kind of stuff. But if you want to set 3/21 at 9 a.m., if everybody's available, then I say we should do it.
Well, I'm already telling you, I'm not available. But it's your perception that we need a full board. And if we.
You know
had a
what,
full
you know what's
board-
my perception, and the fact that everybody on this board is responsible to get a budget passed before April 1st. And that is your first responsibility here for the budget. This is one of
Maybe
the most
here.
important things
maybe
that a
here.
township board does, is get their budget adopted. Everybody knows when it happens, and all this I'm not available here and I'm not available there before the budget public work session budget public hearing date is set.
21st good for
Point
Is a
of
you?
bunch of
order.
crap.
Is the
Everybody
21st
should
good
be
for you,
available.
Ardella?
21st works for me.
9 a.m.
Mhm.
Heidi, think,
Whatever.
think it'll work?
Whatever.
Cheryl, does it work? for
But
you?
it's 1 o'clock, so either.
It works for
extend
me
us
if it
or
works
order a
for
pizza.
everybody else here.
All right, so we will not set the budget public hearing date.
That's just reckless. That is reckless. That is absolutely reckless.
It's
Let's
yours.
just
not
set it for
set
the
the-
21st and call it good.
Yeah, I
If-
agree.
If we get all of our budget stuff done way in advance, we really work hard on it, and we can have it before, then we will change it. We'll have plenty of time.
Well, you don't have a lot of options to change it to previous to that, Della, is what I'm telling you. Ron's got 2 6-hour board of review sessions on Monday and Wednesday in the week prior. You're gonna be gone, so that doesn't work, right? So it's not gonna get set for that. And we've already got a budget work session set for Monday, 3/7, a full regular board meeting on 3/8, and you think it's gonna happen yet that week? I don't see it happening. I will not have enough time to get all of the resolutions and everything, the graded wage scale updated, the salary wage schedule updated. I will not have time to get all of that stuff done and have it available to the public. And remember, that is a big thing. We have to have a week or two where this plan is, where the budget is available to the public. They can come in and pick up copies, see it on the website or whatever. They can't just have, 2 days? They won't even have that because we won't finish it up till the 7th.
When will you?
I mean, I'm sorry, people just making plans before the budget public work hearing is set is reckless. It's
Okay.
reckless.
You have no idea what those plans are, lady.
No, I don't,
So
but you also
until-
know when
until
it is.
you actually know what you're talking about, I would keep your mouth shut.
Well,
Right.
Well, we got a
that's
point of
pretty
order,
rude.
people.
Thank you. Maybe you
Point
should
of order.
do the same.
Could we?
I did until you started calling me reckless.
Well, you know what your
So-
responsibilities
Yeah,
are.
no name calling here. Point of order, either lunch, order lunch, extend the meeting, or let me know what's going on here, because we're past 4 hours.
So I guess what I was getting at, Ron, is, I know when I'm coming back from my vacation, I don't know.
You're assuming it's a vacation.
I am. I really am.
So
It's
again,
none of my business. That's why I'm
again,
assuming it's.
I'm done with this discussion. If you want March 21st, then pick it.
Don't get angry at me because.
I
I'm trying to
understand.
come up with a
I
compromise
apologize.
before
And
the
I'm
31st.
trying to do the same with you. If the March 21st works for 3 of you, then you might have to do it with 3.
I say we just go with the 21st, Cheryl, and call it good.
That's what I got down.
March 21st it is, 9 a.m. Tabled items, none. Board comments and discussion.
I want to bring to everybody's attention, congratulations to Tessa Brianne Nico. She is now Miss Elk Rapids 2022. She was runner-up last year. And She's the granddaughter of Ron and Janet Becky. And she's also, she was a Williamsburg resident up until like the last 2 weeks.
Well, congratulations to the family.
But that's the second time someone from Williamsburg has won.
Anything else? Announcements? Board work session 2/9 at 9 a.m. Work session 2/17 at 9 a.m. Budget work session 2/23 at 9 a.m. Proposed sessions.
They're not proposed. I'm going to be noticing them.
Are 2/28 at 9 a.m. March 7th at 9 a.m. And a budget public hearing of March 21 at 9 a.m. Other public comment? Let's go out to Zoom land. Kim, any public comment?
No comment.
Thank you. Brian, any public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Long meeting. You all work very hard and hope your township community appreciates it. I realize scheduling budget meetings and things are difficult, and I don't know. I wanted to talk about broadband a little bit because it is such a difficult subject and it requires so much expertise to negotiate those contracts. I followed that discussion, but I may have missed some things, and there was some questions about sending, I think, a 400-page contract to the attorney for review. Obviously, you're always going to have an attorney review a contract like that at some point in the process. I'd like to point out, though, much as I heard in the discussion about maybe having a consultant who's independent and unrelated advise the board on some of the things to watch out for and help shepherd them through the process. And that's a good idea. Your attorney would certainly be able to advise you on some legal matters, but they would be very likely not the person to advise you on a lot of the other performance and broadband and ISP negotiation. And there's just so much specialized knowledge in that area. And I'm not somebody interested in doing any of that work. I do have a lot of experience in that. Again, I'm not doing that work for the township or anything of the sort, but I'm just saying it's a very tricky area. I think you all know that. And especially with prices going up right now for everything, and just making sure you get the value that your community deserves and needs and that you want to provide them. So some of the issues there: who owns it, who owns what's in the ground, who maintains it, who's going to operate it, who's the ISP, who does maintenance, terms, what users are going to get. You know, I know a lot of people in rural areas use phone bandwidth. They connect that to their phone, they tether to their phone, and they're able to get pretty good service for a pretty economical rate there. I also know that the tribe did a lot of fiber deployment throughout the community in the past few years. It was incredibly extensive. I assume it extended through Whitewater Township as it did through Acme and otherwise. A tribal representative in an unofficial capacity, I think, did tell me that they plan to offer service. I'm not sure. It sounded like to individual homes. I'm kind of curious about that. I haven't spoken with them about that in a long while, but that's something to look at as well. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I see on Zoom. Anyone here in the public hall wishing to make a public comment? Hearing none. Motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 1:09.
Seconded. Roll call when ready.
Volume,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Gosh, yes. Meeting adjourned at 1:10 PM.
I don't think these were on the agenda.
Yeah, they were.